I'm Cynthia Elliott, Vice President of the Rochester Board of Education. We want to welcome you for the June 24th Board of Education meeting. We will get started. I first of all would like to note that President Van White is attending the graduation ceremony for East High School, and I'm going to offer that absence be excused, and I'll open it up if there's any discussion for us to not accept that as an excused absent. Any discussion on that? Very well, then we'll accept that as an excused absence. The next item on the agenda is
Madam Vice President.
Yes.
Because we have heard nothing from Commissioner LeBron, is it presumed that then she would be an unexcused absence?
First of all, I'm here. I don't know what you're talking about, but
we had asked that.
Thank you.
I had asked that people be on screen.
On screen for the taking of attendance. I didn't see you here, so I thought you weren't here.
Okay. So did you get that? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So can I get an act of reverence, silence, or the Pledge of Allegiance? Would you like to, Commissioner Malloy, say the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of course. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. And then I'm going to turn it to Ms. Wade for any upcoming board events. Ms. Wade?
Yes. Welcome everyone to the Board of Education meeting. I just wanted to let the public know that based on decisions in our last few meetings, you would have noticed the board has agreed to go on a brief hiatus in the month of July. And so there will primarily be not any committee meetings for that month, apart from the policy committee that will be meeting at 5 o'clock on the 22nd of July, and then 5:30, I'm sorry, on the 22nd of July. And then following that, we will have the business meeting on the 22nd of July. So for those of you who are watching, this will be probably the last time that you will see the board convene as a whole before the 22nd of July. If there is another special meeting, however, which we may need to do that because of resolution consideration, the public will be noticed by public notice, and we'll also make it available on our social media sites so that everyone who would like to participate in those will know ahead of time. But as of right now, the only meeting that is scheduled on calendars is for the July 22nd policy and business meeting.
Thank you, Kalia. I'd also like to just take a moment to congratulate all of our graduating classes, our graduating seniors in all the schools. I know that commissioners are going to either be attending in person or Zoom, so you will see us one way or the other, but we do want to congratulate all of our seniors. And I want to take a time to congratulate all of our principals and our teachers and our staff who have helped our students to reach this milestone. Thank you so very much for what you do. I know this is difficult work, but you're doing it for us. And I just wanted to give you a Thanksgiving, a thanks for what you do as well. So thank you. And again, just a congratulations to all of our seniors. And let me just also put a plug here. I did it in the meeting earlier. I'd like our seniors to consider as they go off to college, that they consider coming back as teachers working in the Rochester City School District. So please give that a consideration. We need you so that you can help our students to get where you will be. So just a plug on behalf of recruitment for the HR committee and the HCEI organization. So thank you for that. And it looks like we don't have the next item, any minutes to be approved for this evening. They will be available for July for approval. So we can expect them during that time. We don't have any speakers. We don't have any comments. So no speakers and no comments. So we will move right into the next item on the agenda, which is our advisory council reports. And we will hear from our Student Leadership Congress report. And that's from Anaya Simmons. Is Anaya on?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Anaya, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Anaya Simmons and I am the president of the Student Leadership Congress. This is the official report for Student Leadership Congress's latest meeting on June 23rd of 2021. On our agenda, we had introductions, a community check-in, elections, Board of Education and superintendent policies, an ARF discussion, and president announcements. At this meeting, we had representatives from School of the Arts, World of Inquiry, and Rochester Early College High School in attendance. During our community check-in, students expressed their excitement for the summer and next steps. The seniors on the call talked about their graduation dates, graduation parties, and college transitions happening over the summer. The juniors on the call explained their excitement for going into their senior year, optimistic it will be a good one due to the district's choice to offer full in-person teaching. During this meeting, we were scheduled to have elections. Due to the low attendance in the meeting yesterday, we decided it would be best to postpone most elected positions until we reconvene in August. As of yesterday, we voted on the president based on the demonstrated interest, their priorities, and their background with SLC. The candidates' information was shared through a slideshow presentation with the members. I am happy to say I will begin a second term as the Student Leadership Congress president for the upcoming school year. The Congress has also approved my suggestion to make a change to the executive school-based planning team. That team will now serve as a buffer of communication between the commissioners' policy meetings and will now be called the executive leadership team. During the meeting, Ms. Rahima Wim was on Zoom to announce the new Board of Education policies review team for the Congress to participate on. During the meeting, we also reviewed the 2 policies that the superintendent asked the Congress for feedback on. Regarding the Equity and Education Excellence policy, students expressed a general positive consensus on it, but had a few questions. Some questions were about the district's plan for ongoing training for staff on race and equity. Other comments were about the language used to identify populations and terminology around curriculum. Regarding the LGBTQ district policy, again, there was a positive consensus with a few general questions about moving forward. One thought shared was ensuring that the RCSD faculty and staff get training on this policy and from a knowledgeable, experienced person from the Rochester community. Students would also like to see the bullying addressed in the policy as well. The superintendent will receive our comments in writing. On the topic of funding, Mr. Steve Lamorte was able to give a general overview of the money the district is receiving and why we're receiving it. He told us about the 2 forums the district has hosted to gain student feedback and the opportunity for written feedback that has been emailed to students. The Congress talked about where we believe the district's priorities should be, the main objectives being addressing food insecurity and mental health services, and had a short brainstorming session about how we believe the district could allocate that money to help these priorities. Congress members agreed to submit proposals about the financial allocation in the written feedback form. At the end of the meeting, I announced to the Congress I will be sending out a survey to effectively plan for the upcoming school year. The survey goes out to all SLC members and will be debriefed during the Congress's August meeting. From June 16th to the 19th, I participated in Harvard's International Relations Scholars Program. Over the daily 12 hours, I experienced targeted lectures, workshops, lunch roundabouts, and activities led by the world's top experts in my region, Sub-Saharan Africa. I was able to participate in a real-world policy simulation based on a problem in my region. This was truly an amazing conference. Vice President Elliott, at this time, I am in support of resolutions 854, giving the district a donation to the Photo Voice Project, 870, fostering a partnership with RMSC to cultivate student interest in STEM-related fields, 871, enabling staff to improve the educational outcomes of students, 879, providing students in the individual education program to receive creative outlets in collaboration with the Spectrum Creative Arts LLC. On behalf of the students, thank you and have a good summer.
Thank you, Anaya. You too have a great summer. We have really enjoyed your participation, representing your students on the board, and we look forward to having you next year. I actually thought this was your last year, so really excited about your continuing for next year. Commissioner Powell, you have a question?
Yes, I would really appreciate it if Anaya could repeat the portion of a report that followed the election results. You said something about a new team or committee. Can you restate that part of the report and explain it in more detail?
Yes. So I said the Congress approved my suggestion to make a change from the executive school-based planning team. The team will now serve as a buffer of communication between the commissioner's policy meetings and will be called the executive leadership team. So originally the team was the executive school-based planning team, where students who went up for those positions were elected to a team about 3-4 people. Those teams then attended, the school-based planning teams for the district and would come back to the Congress and report. The team was not utilized a lot last year, so we decided that it would be nice to make a change. And we've already had some suggestions from students to join commissioners, little policy meetings, like SM meetings and stuff like that. So to utilize that group even more, we decided that it'd be nice to change it to the executive leadership team, so that those students who are elected into that position can now serve as the buffer between the commissioners' policy teams and SLC.
That's a terrific step forward, and it helps solve the board's problem of being able to get a broader representation in our committee work. So thank you. And to the extent that that was voted on, perhaps you can get it incorporated into your SLC bylaws. Appreciate it.
Yep.
For repeating it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Very exciting report. Now the Parent Leadership Advisory Council report. I'm not sure who's going to be making that report.
That's me. This is Kenyon.
Okay. Hi, Kenyon.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Kenyon Benz, the president of Parent Leadership Advisory Council. Since the last report, PLAC joined forces with the Children's Agenda, the Special Education Advisory Council, and the Multilingual Advisory Council to host a forum for the candidates for Board of Education. That was earlier in this month in June. We were fortunate enough to have all the candidates in attendance, and each of them was asked multiple questions that were submitted by parents. It was a learning experience for everyone, and we got generally good reviews. The forum showed that there are great possibilities when parent groups actually work together instead of being siloed. The June PLAC meeting was on June 16th, and we welcomed Carrie Pecor and her colleagues from the Office of Grants and Program Accountability, where parents broke into small groups to discuss the priorities for the American Rescue Plan dollars. PLAC will be submitting a letter before the end of the month that is going to outline parent priorities and with an approval structure for fund allocation that we expect to be put in place to put parents and students as decision makers at the table from the planning stages through the approval and execution stages. Summer learning opportunities outside of summer school, which will house only 12% of the district's students, are extremely unclear and vague, and summer has basically started, since today was the last day of school. Where's the plan? When are we going to see it? How will it be executed and shared with the public? It comes with the deep disappointment that there wasn't better planning, that parents weren't involved or asked to partake in the process of planning, and that there's still no plan as the school year comes to a close that we know of. I'm excited to announce for the next upcoming year, PLAC's official officer team will be myself as president. Vice president will be April Harrison, and our Secretary, Rebecca Hetherington, along with the liaison committee that will be reaching out to parents at every program and school in the district to further include the parent voice in every decision the district makes. The next liaison committee is July 12th. We're still looking for volunteers. The next plaque event will be the summer forum in August, and the first plaque general membership meeting is September 15th at 6 p.m. We will continue to meet on Zoom, and as it becomes comfortable to meet in person. We will work on a hybrid model to make sure the parents who can't be in the room can still participate. Thanks, that's all I've got for tonight.
Thank you, Kenyon. We'll hear now from the Bilingual Education Council. Angelica? You're on.
Hello, I am in the corner, so I'm gonna read from over here. Sorry, guys, I'm healing from a recent surgery, and I'm gonna read the report on behalf of Myrna and Nakauri. So good evening, buenas noches. I'm Angelica Perez Delgado, the Secretary of the Bilingual Education Council and also the President and CEO of Ibero-American Action League. I recognize that we missed the deadline for the June BEC report earlier this month, so thank you for the opportunity to share some of the council's activities for the month of June. The BEC Executive Cabinet coordinated in June the BEC elections. We are excited to welcome Nakauri Sanchez, who's right here, and is a parent from number 28, is our new president. We also have a new vice president, Diveth Garcia, a parent from number 35, that will serve us as our new vice president. Myself, Angelica Perez, as the Ibero representative, will be the secretary, and Johanny Aldon, parent from Monroe High School, will be the assistant secretary. Myrna Gonzalez will remain as an immediate past chair as part of our executive cabinet and will support the transition of our new officers. The new officers will begin the process of updating the bylaws and getting and securing legal review, and we plan to move forward to present them to the Board of Education in August. I do want to take some time to briefly recognize Myrna. The Bilingual Education Department would like to recognize Myrna Gonzalez. She has served as an advocate and a leader in the Rochester community in her role of president of Bilingual Education Council. She is a historian in our community, sharing the context of the establishment of the BEC, the legacy of Father Lawrence Tracy, and how the original agenda for Latinos in the Rochester community is still relevant today. She cares deeply about the education of families as well as their physical and emotional well-being. She's incredibly funny, fierce, and has a big heart. We are grateful for her dedicated service and look forward for collaborating with her as a consultant to the new BEC leadership. Gladys Pedraza Burgos, who worked closely with Myrna during her time at Ibero and now at ABC, stated, it's hard to put words to my thoughts about Myrna, president of the Bilingual Education Council. Te quiero profundamente. I love you deeply. You will forever carry a special place in my heart. Myrna, tú eres mi hermana en la lucha, my sister in the fight against educational injustice. Thank you for your compassionate spirit, your time at all of those countless meetings in the community and at the district. Thank you, and thank your family for sharing you with us. I am so proud of you. I would like to personally thank Myrna Gonzalez for her leadership and her commitment to our community, for teaching me and mentoring me while I transitioned as the new CEO of Ibero. Thank you for your selfless dedication to all the children and family. Thank you for being my friend, my sounding board, mentoring me and helping me become a better advocate during the last 2 years. I love you. You led with such great honor during the pandemic. You were an advocate, a social worker, a crisis worker, but most importantly, family to all of our council parents. I am a better leader today because you poured so much into me, and I will always be eternally grateful. So I would like to now actually read some council activities. Thank you for allowing me that time. We do have some flowers that my husband is supposed to be delivering on cue, but I forgot to snap my fingers. So here's some flowers, and I know Beatriz will share shortly some other things that we have planned. But in June, the BEC meeting was hosted via a hybrid platform, including a visual Zoom meeting option and an in-person option hosted at the Jackson Trenton Center. And Rochester City School District representative did request to present a brief presentation on the American Rescue Plan and get feedback from the parents. The parents did feel they needed more time to digest. I have included their feedback as part of the report, but we do continue to be concerned that the district repeatedly engages parents with very little notice in order to obtain their feedback on important matters. This has occurred several times over the last few months with reconfiguration, budgets, reopening, and now the American Rescue Plan expenditures. The current process of engaging parents' feedback does not allow the time for planning and meaningful engagement of parents, especially those with limited English proficiency. As part of our feedback for the expenditures of the American Rescue Plan funds, we would like to remind the BOE that the council submitted a letter in May highlighting concerns and recommendations for the budget and for the millions of dollars in new aid that are coming into the district from the federal and state government. The BEC has inquired and is awaiting a response of how the district plans to respond to the items requested in our letter. What will be the strategic plan for Latino achievement and alignment? In addition, the BEC, we join and support the Children Agenda in supporting the recommendations for the following: to create a community that decides how the stimulus money is spent, to make sure that we have financial transparency in the expenditure of those funds, to invest in structures to support parents and student voice, to support students with disability and allocate $20 million, to support multilingual learners and promote multilingualism and allocate $10 million, address low academic achievement by allocating $39.5 million or more, address declining enrollment through added supports, ending in school to prison pipeline, and better transitions. We also support equity across building and program alignment, school climate and student mental health and trauma by allocating $20 million, national and tasty meals by allocating $8 million, recruit and retrain more teachers of color by allocating $3 million, culturally responsive sustaining education framework by allocating another $3 million, more support of families through the community school models by allocating $5 million, and support high school seniors with post-secondary transitions. As part of our discussion in the June meeting, the parents also wanted to highlight some additional items that the council would like the BOE to consider. We want the BOE to reestablish an executive director for the multilingual learners department. This was eliminated when Terry Dade was transitioning, and it was promised by the BOE that it was something that we would look for again. We need high-level leadership for bilingual education. We also want to increase funding to support language access for families who are not native English speakers at both the district level and the bilingual school buildings. There are several of your buildings who are in jeopardy of having no bilingual administrator, and they are bilingual schools. We also want to ensure that schools have enough resources in each bilingual school that have strong and adequate resources to meet the language access requirements for equal access to sports and other extracurricular activities as guaranteed in the parents' ELL's Bills of Right. So this was something that was purely out of the discussion after the presentation. Lastly, the BEC will be participating in the interviews for the selection of the permanent principal for school number 17. And as a reminder, several schools continue to not have their BEC representatives as required by the BEC bylaws for the upcoming school year. It is important that each bilingual school have 2 BEC representatives to help advocate for the needs of the parents and students in those schools. This concludes the activity report. Thank you for allowing me the time to read it completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica. And Myrna, I'm glad that you're going to be around because I still can learn a lot from you. So thank you for your service. And I know you're not going anywhere. So I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. Thank you for that report, Angelica. Now we'll move to the board reports. And let me just say again that for the month of July, as Ms. Wade has said, there are going to be no committee meetings except for the policy committee. There may be some other committees, but not necessarily committee meetings. We're going to take the the month off except for policy. So we will resume our committee meetings in August. So the president is not here, so he does not have a report. So I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Adams for the Community and Intergovernmental Relations Committee report. Commissioner Adams.
Good evening, community. The CIGR committee met as a special meeting on Tuesday, June 22nd. Among the topics discussed, Parent Representative Jessica Gustafson presented on the August 14th virtual Summer Parent Forum. This forum is going to be driven by parents' most common questions. So you're encouraged to submit questions because it's going to shake the forum. You can submit the questions to www.rcsdk12.org/parent forum by Friday, July 23rd. The committee also received an update on the status of legislative priorities. Several financial priorities have been achieved. There's still action needed on a number of other priorities. We discussed the development of the 2022 legislative priorities. A brainstorm session will be added to an upcoming committee agenda in order to talk about and be prepared, better prepared this upcoming year for the legislative breakfast. Commissioners are encouraged to email priorities for consideration ahead of the brainstorm session. Our next CIGR committee meeting will be Tuesday, November 2nd at 5:30. And that concludes the CIGR committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. And the next report is from me, from the as chair of the Equity and Student Achievement Committee. The committee met on June 8th. We invited Dr. Karen Black, who's our Chief Academic Officer. Dr. Black provided an update of an overview of the department, an update on summer programming, as well as instructional updates. She also discussed a summer school and those citywide sponsored events and partnerships that will be happening all around the city. So, as those announcements come out, please, families, take advantage of those opportunities. We also had a update by the state monitor, Dr. Shelley Jallow, giving us a review of the academic plan from January through March. She also talked about what the color coding of that report meant and highlighted items where there were some variances. And she also addressed areas of concern, improvement, and our next steps. Dr. Meyer-Small presented the quarterly state monitor update report covering the academic and the financial plan. Dr. Myers provided highlights, areas of challenge, and steps to mitigate challenges, violations, and recommendations to update the plan. As I mentioned earlier, the committee will not meet in July, but the next meeting, and that got cut off, Kalia, so can you give me when the next meeting is gonna be? August, is it August 10th, I believe? I'm not seeing it very clearly.
The next meeting is August 10th.
All right, so August 10th is our next meeting. That concludes my report. Thank you very much. And the next report is going to be from Commissioner LeBron. I'm getting a text that Commissioner Powell has a question for Commissioner Adams, his CIGR report. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. And I'm not sure if Commissioner Adams can answer. It might be something the superintendent needs to look into. But with regard to our significant achievement of state aid, foundation aid increases, I've been wondering whether, because it's tying back to the contract for excellence, whether some of the restrictions that the contract for excellence imposes on our any new state aid that comes through as a result of contract for excellence, whether whether the state intends to enforce those contract for excellence restrictions. I don't know that anyone has ever talked about it, but given that the superintendent is preparing her plan on how to spend not only CARES Act, but the, all the other aid that we're getting, I wanted to see if there was any discussion been had about the foundation aid requirements under contract for excellence. And perhaps we can if in fact contract for excellence actually does get fully implemented, perhaps we could add to our legislative agenda to get some of those contract for excellence restrictions removed from the law.
What I'll have to do, Commissioner Powell, is we'll check into that. That's not been a conversation.
Thank you. I thought we would have heard about it if it had been. So I wanted to elevate that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. The next committee report will be from Commissioner LeBron, our Finance and Resource Allocation Committee. Commissioner LeBron.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I just had it up and ended up clicking and getting it off. So 1 second. It's pulling up. I had it on my screen. I don't want to print it. The Finance Committee convened on Tuesday, June 15, 2021 as Committee of the Whole via Zoom video conferencing ahead of the City Council's budget vote. I would like to congratulate the Superintendent Myers-Smalls, our CFO Carlene Pierce, our Budget Director Terry Hasler, and the rest of the Finance and Budget teams for their hard work. Our budget passed 711 and was recognized for a great turnaround from last year's budget. So thank you all for your diligence. The Finance Committee's discussion during June meeting was minimal to facilitate the attendance of the City Council budget vote. However, the following items were discussed and entertained. CFO Pierce led the committee through the May 2021 finance report, and in response to an inquiry from the parent rep, Ms. Harrington, advised that the district is still awaiting receipt of funding related to the foundation aid and/or anticipated federal dollars. CFO Pierce also advised that updates related to the K and H funds, a requirement of the state monitor's fiscal plan, would be shared with the board in the next finance meeting. The Finance Committee recommends the unapproval of the district's unaudited May 2021 financial report. And may I have a motion to accept and a second at this time?
So moved.
Oh, seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Commissioner Adams was not on the screen. Can you state your voice on screen?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Acting General Counsel Steve Carling briefly reviewed the contract processing procedures in the district and advised where changes may need to be made to improve these procedures. The discussions raised on this topic highlighted the need to uplift the authorization for contracts, which is policy 6745, and these updates will be facilitated via joint efforts between the policy and the finance committees in the upcoming months. Please note for the public that as a reference in the new board committee meeting schedule, the Finance Committee will be meeting in person every other month with the financial reports and the updates presented in a board business meeting when there is no meeting. So that is going into effect after July 1st, as a reminder to all. And the next in-person Finance Committee meeting is August 17th, 2021. Which means that in the July board business meeting, we will give the financial report at that time. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. And just to thank you for leading us in that whole budget process. So thank you very much. I appreciate your leadership on that. The next report is our Governance Committee report. Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you. Good evening. The Governance Committee met as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, June 1st, 2021. And during the meeting, commissioners reviewed and discussed the latest results of the board meeting poll. This poll has been conducted at the conclusion of all business and special meetings since October of 2020. And by reviewing this data, commissioners were able to reflect on the value or effectiveness of conducting the survey and the potential utilization of the data gathered. Additionally, several suggestions were voiced regarding future administration of the poll, the questions posed, and then the format used. Feedback gathered from this discussion will be further reviewed, and we will determine how the poll will be conducted in board meetings moving forward. The June meeting also featured a discussion on our upcoming board retreats. Board members were reminded of a session that we had with facilitator Malik Mohammed. So that was conducted last Monday. The superintendent evaluation retreat is going to take place next week, Tuesday the 29th. And the two-day board and superintendent's retreat will also be occurring in early August. Our acting counsel shared the most recent information regarding allowances for virtual board meetings during the pandemic. We were advised that the latest governance order will cover virtual public sessions until July 5th. And we were advised that preparation should be ramped up for the return to in-person board meetings. So this conversation is ongoing, and the logistics are currently being discussed between board and district personnel to facilitate this preparation. During the meeting, we also discussed the racial bias training action item, which is documented for completion in a state monitor academic plan. Given that board members are all on different levels along the racial awareness continuum, I expressed concern about a one-size-fits-all approach for our commissioners. We are all engaging in personal journeys in this regard. I made the suggestion of allowing board members to engage in accepted anti-bias trainings from their own workplaces as proof of completing this essential training, similar to the sexual harassment trainings completed by workforces throughout the state. But to take this a step further, and in order to merge our training within a New York State educational framework, I suggested using our trainings as part of a professional focus, similar to what our teachers engage in as part of the APPR process, by reflecting in a written narrative form that would then be displayed publicly. Additionally, we will compile a list of knowledge-based board member expectations to be developed together, and commissioners could work with board staff to secure trainings from a list of possibilities, followed by a public, that self-evaluation tool that I was talking about, in which we self-document how our training met the requirements of the expectations list. And so this is for public accountability purposes and transparency. Feedback gathered from board members about this proposal will be discussed further with Dr. Jallo as we develop a plan for action to address this action item. Updates will be provided as more information becomes available. And this was something I really didn't want to rush through, and developing a high quality process should be a collaborative one as a board. And I'm looking forward to developing this with my peers for posterity's sake. Finally, at the meeting, we engaged in a brief conversation on the board's departmental budget and the management of professional development and our travel funds. During this discussion, it was highlighted that a standard operating procedure should be adopted to indicate how the funds for these purposes, how this will be adopted and shared amongst board members moving forward. In addressing this, a proposal will be drafted and will be shared for consideration during our board retreat. Our next governance committee meeting is Tuesday, August 3rd at 5:30 p.m. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. The next report is for our Human Resource Committee, and I will be giving that report. The committee met as the Committee of the Whole via Zoom on Tuesday, June 22nd. We were provided a presentation from Chief of Human Capital's Christopher Miller, updating the board and public on the district's efforts to recruit, diversify, and retain employees. This presentation stirred a hearty discussion from commissioners, and a focus was placed on the last in, first out policy that historically faced young Black and Brown staff recruits. This discussion will continue in the next HR committee for further exploration of solutions. Chief Miller also presented an update on the APPR and how it will impact tenure and the probationary period for employees being considered for the 2020-21 school year as a result of the COVID pandemic. The last topic discussed was that of the recruitment, hiring, and resident initiative policy, policy 9240, and a proposed revision of the policy was raised to increase the requirement of urban environment experience for new district employees from 2 years to 5 to 7 years. Following discussion in the HR committee, this proposal will be referred for further follow-up in the policy committee, where it will be fully reviewed and any established changes forwarded out of the board up to the full board for consideration. The next meeting of the HR committee is scheduled for Tuesday, September 7th, 2021. And that concludes the report of the HR committee. And the final report is the policy committee report by Commissioner Willa Powell. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. My report is posted to board, so I won't read it. We have in our resolutions packet today the culmination of the most recent work of the committee. We have part 3 of the special ed policies ready for board consideration. They have been through the first and second readings. The special ed, we referred to them as parts 1, 2, and 3. They're actually part of the schools portion of the policy manual, if you were to go looking for it. And the remainder of the schools portion is underway as we speak. The part 1 of the remaining schools policies, I believe, is in review by the cabinet and PLAC at this point, and potentially both parts 1 and 2 will be part of the July policy committee agenda. Also in the resolutions packet tonight, we have 2 other resolutions that were being expedited. One is an additional change to the student attendance policy reflecting online learning. And finally, at long last, an approval of the code of conduct. Finally, we also have a recommendation to rescind 2 policies that have essentially been replaced by more recent changes in the special ed policy packet. So that's what's on tonight's agenda. As you've already heard, we will be meeting during the same day as the July board meeting, an hour before the board meeting, to continue our work. We have an aggressive agenda, in part dictated by the state monitors' urgent insistence that we review all of our policies. And it's going to take us more than a year to do it, so we can't afford to take any time off. That concludes my report, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. That concludes the reports of our committees. The next report is from our superintendent, Dr. Maya Small.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Good evening to all of our commissioners, to our staff, and those who are watching our board meeting on YouTube and Facebook. As it's noted in the agenda, Dr. Nelms is not giving his report, but because he is convening over the East EPO graduation. So certainly on behalf of the board, myself, and the rest of our staff, we congratulate those scholars who are walking across the stage and say, job well done. Tonight, I will be discussing a few June updates, which include my goals, Educator of the Year, the graduation ceremonies, and the Summer Hero Squad. This first slide is just so heartwarming for me. I had the opportunity to participate again in the RIA, the Rochester International Academy commencement, and you'll see Commissioner Elliott sitting on stage proudly with her mask on. The picture that is displayed here shows 4 of our scholars leading the audience in the RIA school song. And if you've never had an opportunity to hear it, it is beautifully written. And it's my understanding that alumnus wrote the song and produced it. It's extremely beautiful. So I think I captured a part of it on Twitter, but I will send it with the Friday letter. so that you all can hear a portion of it. It is beautiful, and it was nice to celebrate with our scholars, with Vice President Elliott, as well as with their the families of the graduates. So as I shared, I am going to start my presentation by talking about my goals. Way back in August, under Commissioner Malloy's leadership, we settled on goals for my journey as the superintendent during the 2021 school year. And I had 6 goals. The first goal focused on student achievement, and was very proud when we accomplished having a unanimous vote on our district, our school, department, and district strategic plans. It's been the desire of the board for us to strengthen relationships between the district and the East EPO. So I hold regular meetings with Dr. Nelms, and some of our other cabinet members have regular meetings with their counterparts at East, and we've partnered on a few initiatives. We've also worked on targeted professional development for the executive cabinet. Many of us regularly participate in the delivery of professional development, but it's critical for us to receive professional development as well. And so our focus has certainly been on diversity. It's been on anti-racism. It's also been on school turnaround, as well as other areas. Additionally, my second goal is accountability, and really proud under this goal to have a balanced budget. And as Commissioner LeBron noted, we received significant feedback that was remarkably improved from the previous year. We also worked together as a team in concert with CFO Pierce to develop a 5-year financial plan, and that also was in concert with Dr. Jallo, our state independent monitor. We worked on a substitute management plan, online management plan, and HR recruitment, onboarding, and training. Also, under accountability, we worked on increased communications with various stakeholders to articulate benchmarks and targets. We needed to ensure that our district and comprehensive improvement plan was aligned to the strategic plan, and we established and implemented a principal think tank where we met up until we shifted into the hybrid plan. We met every Friday morning at 7 a.m. Parent and community engagement continues to be important to me, and we continue to work on improving the relationships between our parents and our caregivers. We have either strengthened, modified, or established new partnerships with multiple entities that include profit and nonprofit, as well as higher education institutions, as we continue to ensure that there is a strong pipeline to higher education. I have to say that I just recently had a wonderful and very synergistic meeting with President Bert Nana from Monroe Community College, and we are committed to working together in very meaningful and positive ways. We also, as far as our connections with faith-based community and local businesses, I would be remiss if I did not note the incredible Adopt a School program through our faith-based partners, where all of our schools were covered, and everything from the food pantries that were just recently noted to providing food, providing meals, providing toys and other gifts during major holidays. So very grateful for that partnership. Healthy youth development is goal 4, and I worked really hard to make sure that I was connecting and committed to working with the Student Leadership Congress, but we also held forums around reopening and other areas. Further, we worked to really create, even in the midst of the pandemic, a wide array of activities that not only were academic, but extracurricularly, as well as social, emotional health and wellness. Further, as it was noted by our board student representative on the board, we developed 2 regulations, and you heard the feedback around gender identity, as well as diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism. Goal 5 certainly is an important goal, and that is around safety and discipline. We had our safety plan approved by the Board of Education, and really proud about the fact that we administered the Your Voice, Your School student survey, where we had 1,800 of our scholars in secondary schools complete the survey. And so we will work to disaggregate that and help that with our decision making as we move forward to the summer and the fall when we welcome our scholars back. The last goal, diversity, equity, and anti-racism. You heard a presentation from Dr. Miller on Tuesday in the HR committee relative to ensuring that we have strategies that attract, select, train, and retain a diverse core of teachers, staff, and administrators. We also are a district that administers the My Brother's Keeper initiative, and we are proud to continue to move that initiative forward in the summertime when we will have summer programming specifically for our scholars that are involved in that program. Earlier this week on Tuesday, we celebrated 7 educators through our Educator of the Year. Dave, the principal of Northeast, won Building Leader of the Year. Kelly from School 12 was Elementary Educator of the Year. Matthew from School of the Arts was the Secondary Educator of the Year. Zachary from Flower City School was the subject area or special subject area Educator of the Year. And Zachary will go into the pipeline and be the representative for Rochester City School District for New York State Teacher of the Year. And so we are very excited about that. Phyllis from Rochester Early Childhood Center was the Support Staff Educator of the Year. And Stacy and Aaron were the team and duo group, and they are from Facilities and Health Services. Notification of the Educator of the Year program was communicated to staff via email, and each winner was nominated by peers, and then a committee used a rubric to determine who the final winners were. I want to note that as we continue to ensure that diversity, equity, and inclusion are core tenets and drivers in our organization, we do acknowledge that the inaugural class did lack racial diversity. This is an exciting time in the Rochester City School District as our scholars who have been working so hard all year, and I will note that many of them have been working remotely, but we are celebrating their graduation from the Rochester City School District. And here is the Monroe Commencement that was yesterday, which I participated in with Commissioner LeBron. But it's a very busy time for myself and for commissioners and for our staff, but you can see the remaining graduations. So you can see I'm going to be driving all over town with pleasure. I participate, and it is just a wonderful, wonderful event. So congratulations to all of our scholars who will be walking across the stage, and we say well done, and we celebrate and uplift you. Finally, I worked with the City of Rochester and Rochester Public Libraries, and we encouraged our community to join our summer squad. And you can see we are proudly wearing our capes. As it was noted, we celebrated and kicked off this initiative earlier at School 33. And the importance of that is School 33, certainly the school is there, the recreation center is there, and there is a library. So it was a perfect place for us to do that. I was in a meeting this afternoon with Dr. Lyman Torres, who's pictured in the middle very proudly, rocking her teal cape. And she was sharing that the participation rates at School 33 / the Arts Center / the libraries are very high because of that kind of triple combination of services that are available. So that's something that we just had an initial discussion about. But we are partnering with the City of Rochester and Rochester Public Libraries to really tell learning that we have some unfinished business. So certainly we are offering targeted summer school in over 20 school locations. We're also partnering with the City of Rochester to help lift up summer camps, youth development, sports, educational enrichment. And so there are multiple opportunities for our scholars to attend programs over the summer. I love the fact that the library system is hosting pop-up activities in partnership with the City of Recreation and the Move On Us. And so a bus is going to travel to different parts of our city. So we are bringing reading and literacy to our scholars with a mobile library housed onside the bus. We are also working with the Rochester Institute of Technology for camp about college readiness, research foundations, and summer STEM experiences, as well as digital storytelling. I also just have to share, I thank Chief Cynthia Harriet for just working with us as we continue to make sure that our staff and students do feel safe, and had some really good initial conversations with her just around the violence that has been occurring in our community. And it is our goal to ensure that our scholars are safe. And that's another reason why we need to provide these opportunities so our young people have outlets and activities to participate in. Vice President Elliott, that concludes my last report of the 2020-21 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Myers-Small. Any questions from our commissioners about the superintendent's report? Dr. Myers-Small, I want to, there's one slide, that animation slide, that has some racial undertones in it that I would like to discuss with you afterwards. It is subliminal, but it's something that we need to talk about. I won't talk about it during this meeting, but it is so unnoticed that we don't think about some of those images in that. And I'll talk to you about that. Okay. I don't want to take time here, and then I'll bring that back at another time in the public, sure. But I'll bring that up to you. But thank you very much. But before we get into the resolutions, I want to offer time for Commissioner LeBron to for a point of personal privilege. Commissioner LeBron.
Thank you, Commissioner Vice President Elliott. So first and foremost, because we're still in the virtual format, it's my understanding we're going to be returning next month in person, and I will be working with the staff to officially honor Mina Gonzalez, our outgoing president for the Bilingual Education Council. I wanted us to be able to honor her as a board tonight, but again, we're in Zoom and there was a lot of moving parts. So we are going to collaborate with Vibero and invite also Gladys to come, who has spent a significant amount of time working with me now throughout the years. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I will be working with staff and Vibero so that we as the board can honor her, give her flowers for her time and service as a parent, because she's been very dedicated to that role and to the bilingual families and really all and multiple language speaking families as an advocate in this district for a number of years. The other piece I just want to highlight is that Monroe High School had their graduation, as our superintendent mentioned, but the other piece that they had was that they had 20 graduates this year with the seal of biliteracy, which is the largest number that we've had in the district since the seal of biliteracy started in the state. And so I just wanted to just highlight that for them. So 20 students graduated with that. I got to sit in on one of the final projects for a student and ask them questions, and was very impressed because it is a very comprehensive presentation, research-based, that a student had to do in Spanish, the entire thing. But just so that folks watching tonight understand the level of work that these students had to take on, in addition to doing it over Zoom over the COVID year to get this seal. So it's not only high-level Spanish project that the students had to complete, but they also had to do one of the more following in Spanish. They had to score a 3 or higher on the AP Spanish exam, pass a New York credited Spanish language exam, and maintain an 85% or average or higher in Spanish language arts classes. In addition, they also have to prove that they're fluent in English as well, so English and Spanish. And so they have to do a secondary research project similar to the Spanish one. And they also have to do one of the following: an 80% or higher on the ELA Regents exam, a commanding on NYSE SLAT exam, and an 85% or higher in ELA 11th and 12th grade, which is extremely impressive for these young students. And then the valedictorian, Alanda Melendez, and the salutatorian, Janelis Melendez, who are not related. Not only did they graduate with the seal by literacy, but they also graduated with Advanced Regents Diploma and are going off to college. Alondra is actually going into like biobiology, insane. Like, she is going to go and do lots of really big things in the future. And she was only 18 years old. I did record some of her speech, but it is on Monroe's Facebook page. So I encourage everyone to just hear her story. Just an amazing, amazing student. And so I just wanted to take a point of personal privilege to salute the students who accomplished this. In addition to doing it again over Zoom and not being in school and in a COVID year, and to the staff at Monroe for all of their supports for the students in accomplishing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Madam Superintendent, you have your hand up?
I do. I just wanted to tag team with Commissioner LeBron. One of the APs shared with us that is the Rochester City School District has the highest number amongst the big four, that with his initial kind of informal. So that is very significant. And I too want to echo how powerful the valedictory address was. And our scholar is just so incredibly humble, and her story is very compelling. So if you do have a moment, I would ask that the commissioners do go on to the Monroe High School website and check it out. We were literally in tears with her words, but she is going to make certainly her family proud, but the Rochester City School District proud, and she has such significant promise.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. And just another shout out to Ria. At that graduation, I was always happy to be a part of that graduation, but just to my fellow colleagues, I just want you to know I had to sort of chide our Madam Superintendent, because they seem to love her almost more than they love me. And so I got a little jealous. So, but it was a great celebration. And, you know, those students come with a lot of challenges from various countries. And so shout out to Principal Diaz and her team for putting that on. Great time. So now it is time for our consideration of resolutions. But before we start that, please note that we had some resolutions that came on late, and the board has an issue with that. We do not want to be getting the resolutions at the last minute without having an opportunity to review these resolutions. And so, you know, my position is that we send them back, the ones that are late, but I understand that you all, the district needs to have these resolutions approved, but we can't continue to do this. I'm not sure what's going on, but we got to get these. We need to have an opportunity to review these resolutions so that we can make the kind of decision that we need to make on behalf of the people in our community. So this is, you cannot take us for granted. Commissioner LeBron?
So first of all, I want to thank you, Vice President Elliott, for raising the issue, but also putting it in writing prior to this meeting to us all, that this is an issue. And I did have an opportunity to have a one-on-one conversation with the superintendent as well to share my concerns. especially because I know that we all work. It's really difficult to get resolutions, even if they're coming in 24 hours in advance, and it's a significant increase from the original package. And I'm of the school of thought, if you will, that we have a process in place for a reason, and that part of the process of even reading resolutions a month in advance is really to give us all a significant amount of time to really review those resolutions. But then also, I do not believe that those resolutions that come in advance should be vastly different from the 48 and 24-hour one. There might be some minor tweaks, but not a whole slew of additional resolutions. And so I hear that these the district needs them tonight. I would support that tonight, but moving forward in the future, I will not vote on any resolution that is coming, that is not under an emergency basis, that had unforeseen circumstances, truly unforeseen circumstances, and personally will be voting against them and rejecting them. And I hate to be the person to do that, and I encourage you all to do that, because otherwise it puts us as commissioners in a position where we're voting potentially on things that we have no true understanding of what that impact is. And sometimes these things actually had errors in them. I could not tell which year some of these budget item lines they were coming from, whether the actual budget numbers that were presented were accurate or not. We can't go down that path. It will lead us down to some financial uncertainty in the future if it continues. So I just want to put that on record in case I need to reference back to this at 6/24/2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I see that our president is back in the room. So I'd like to turn the gavel back over to him.
Oh, just when we get to the tough spot.
Yeah, we're on resolutions, and
thank you, Vice President.
For those resolutions.
I appreciate you covering for me while I was away. I think I communicated to you all in an email that I was at East High School's graduation. Beautiful ceremony. Really remarkable things happening there and throughout the district. But thank you again, Vice President Elliott, for taking over. I just want to lend my voice to the chorus of people who are concerned about these late resolutions. I did not, and this actually reaffirms why this cannot happen. I barely had time to get to the graduation when I was hearing that this was happening. And so, you know, I think as Commissioner LeBron and others say, you know, many of us have jobs. I think all of us have jobs. We have commitments that you just can't do this stuff at the last minute. And to be quite honest, and I hate putting our wonderful superintendent on the spot, but I do have to know why I should not do what I'm obligated to do by law, which is to diligently look through these resolutions. I'm going to be honest, and I haven't had a chance to. I have no problem stepping out on faith on our superintendent, who would give me no reason to doubt the purpose of these resolutions. But she has a job, her staff have a job, but the board members have a job. So, Madam Superintendent, I apologize for putting you on the spot, but I gotta ask. Why was this done? And I understand they're probably very important. Why should I not do my job in this circumstance?
Thank you, President White, and absolutely no excuse for the resolutions that did come through late, other than it is a busy time of the year, but we've got to do a better job as far as our own time management. We do have, you'll see there are many people on the screen here this evening, that if there are questions that one or more commissioners have relative to a resolution, I recognize that it could be time consuming. These are things that we do need to have occur. We went through them again today. I also had conversations with my staff around the concerns. Dr. Jallo met with our staff for a significant amount of time. Again, no excuse. But these are important to move forward to get us through the summer. And we do have all the staff here that can, from a firsthand account, respond to any questions, concerns, or clarifications that you have.
I'll just say this, and then I'm looking for anybody to raise their hand if they have questions. The challenge with that, I want to speak very frankly, is what if one hasn't had the time to review them for concerns, you know?
Agreed.
And I want to be completely honest here, because that's how government should work. I have not had the chance to do that. Literally, I drove over from East High School and had commitments before that. So, and again, I think you are a wonderful superintendent. You've moved us forward in incredible ways, but this is a problem. And if I vote in favor of this, I'm just stepping out on faith on you, Leslie, because I don't have the time right now to review these things, to ask the questions that need to be asked here. And I have to rely on your conclusion, your statement that these are absolutely necessary for us to gear up for summer. I know you're a truth-telling person, so I have to accept that, but I haven't read them. So I see Commissioner Malloy has raised her hand.
Thank you. I'll piggyback on that and mirror that, or my sentiment is mirrored by that. But I also want to give some kudos to Dr. Myers-Small, because she actually went out of her way last night to reach out to me to make sure that I understood one of the resolutions before us. And so I would like to publicly say thank you for that, and highlight that, you know, although we can always get these resolutions in a more timely manner, she went out of her way late last night, I should say, to reach out to me and make sure that we're giving due credit to an organization that has given us a very generous gift. So I just want to highlight that and say thank you to Dr. Myers-Small.
Any other questions or comments regarding the resolutions? I see Dr. Jallo.
I have a question.
Yep.
So much time was spent today. So I want to acknowledge that with the staff to go through these resolutions yet another time, one more time. So them being late is one thing. And so I'm sure the superintendent and administration will address it appropriately in the future. But in some of the resolutions, there were challenges, discrepancies, errors. So for tonight, as the board decides to vote on them, how, if administration could explain to the board how they're going to address any errors that may be found in any one of the resolutions, I think that would be helpful too, to help allay any concern. So some of the things that we found today, how can they be addressed so that people can be assured that those errors have been addressed in the resolution?
Sure, I'm going to ask Medisol to come on screen because she took point around maneuvering this. So Medisol, can you come on screen? Because they went through very careful relative to this, carefully.
Good evening, commissioners. I facilitate the process for the resolutions. And so today we did have a meeting with administration staff to talk about the contents of the resolutions, the timelines, so that this does not happen again. The superintendent and I have had a discussion about adding some additional timelines to our internal process. Excuse me, I was eating. And it is very important that as an organization, we review as a group the resolutions. So we've added some of those timelines into it. In terms of the corrections that Dr. Jallo is mentioning, we did have the opportunity to speak to some of those. And as we go through, the respective individuals that are responsible for the resolutions will address any of the questions had.
But I'm going to get to you in a second, Commissioner Powell, but Dr. Jallo, I might have misinterpreted your question, but I'm not sure it was answered. I thought the question was, or it's my question now, what happens if it turns out that there's a mistake after we approve the resolution? What's the process to rectify that going to be? So would you address, Ms. Lopez, was what will make sure this doesn't happen again? That's what I thought I heard. What I'm interested in knowing, and I thought this was Dr. Giles' question, now it's mine, I guess. What happens when we go through these, some of us go through these because we haven't had a chance to, and we find out there's an error? What's going to be the process for correcting it?
I have one that I need to correct, and when we get there, I'm responsible for that particular one. My understanding is, and that was just it's a funding line, a budget line, but Medisol, that was the only one, correct?
That is the only one that I identified with CFO Pierce, yes.
Commissioner Powell?
Yes, so mine's a piggyback on that. So there's a correction to one of the resolutions. You're looking for someone to make a motion to amend to correct that tonight before we actually.
Commissioner Powell, I had that discussion with Acting General Counsel Carling, and he indicated that we could make the correction prior to the resolution being considered.
So by way of annotating the resolutions that are on board docs, is that what you mean? Or so that an amendment wouldn't be necessary?
Correct. I don't think we need to do a formal amendment since the resolutions haven't been presented yet. If before it's presented, the superintendent notes and the clerk takes down physically annotating it, and then a corrected resolution is submitted, as long as everyone knows what they're voting on, I think we don't need a formal motion to amend. I think a correction prior submission will work.
I agree with that as a process. Now, we've talked in the generic sense about how we need to improve processes, in particular this time of year because preparation for summer school. But I'll tell you that this isn't new to this superintendent. This problem of being able to plan for, project staffing needs for summer school has been an area that has not received appropriate levels of attention from many superintendents before Leslie. So, Madam Superintendent, what's the plan for looking at the process of planning for summer school? Are we going to be? We're not going to start with graduation weekend and reviewing the Regents exams to find out how many sections of each class need to be offered during summer school, are we? Surely we can use past trends to do a better job forecasting for summer school than that, yeah?
Absolutely, Commissioner Powell. I think the issue is just getting all of the respective staff together. But again, we're working to make sure that we know that May and June are going to be busy months because it's the last meeting that you have prior. And we just have to backtrack that appropriately, working in concert between teaching and learning, the school chiefs, as well as HR to make sure we have that intact. So really starting this process as early as March or so to make sure that we have it appropriately notated.
I'll only add one more comment, and that is that it wasn't too many years ago that the concern that was raised was that the number of staff that were submitted on resolutions for summer school was something like double what we actually had budgeted for summer school. And the argument was that putting those staff members on resolution was essentially placeholders, and that if the sections weren't open, then they wouldn't come in and they wouldn't get paid. But from the standpoint of fiscal planning, it was a disaster, We had no idea. We didn't even have a good guess what the actual spending was going to be, you know?
Commissioner Powell, that is something that you've heard some feedback from some of our parents that they don't like that we have enough summer school slots. But this is something that Dr. Black reviewed with her, Dr. Morris and Dr. Black reviewed. Part of the conversations where I started last year, Dr. Jallo and I entered some summer school planning meetings, and we needed to really significantly modify what we did as it relates to summer school. As far as just the success rates and really being very targeted and specific. So that analysis and that development of programming did occur. So I feel much more confident as far as what we have developed for summer school, and not the extra staff or padding, as you said, has occurred. And Dr. Black or Dr. Morris, I don't know if you wanted to add to that, but we have significantly modified the way we do business relative to summer school. Okay.
I see Commissioner LeBron has raised her hand.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because I don't want, I guess, the community to think that this conversation is only solely being had about resolutions related to summer school. There are a number of resolutions that are actually not related to summer school and potentially could have just gone into the July packet. Some of them I will not be supporting tonight anyway, and I will be asking questions on them, but I just wanted to note that for clarification, and then just uplift that was in 2018 when the previous superintendent, Barbara Dean Williams, did some really wacky, crazy stuff, which cost us money because she over budgeted or under budgeted in the budget for summer school, and then came with a bunch of wacky resolutions after almost missing the deadline. So don't do that either. But I definitely want to figure out a better process for summer school, and whether that even entails maybe perhaps a Tuesday summer school meeting prior to the board business meeting, so that we're voting on resolutions that are only specific to summer school, so that we have a better understanding of what is actually being spent. Because in this packet, again, there are a number of resolutions that have nothing to do with summer school. Thank you.
I'm going to ask, as we move through this process, that both of the deputies come on screen, and that they can quickly direct to the appropriate person. So we're just ready to go, so we're not holding up, and we can note if there's a question, please, and thank you.
All right, I don't see any other hands being raised. I will say, I don't know what I'm going to do here. I don't. I feel like I would not be doing my job by passing resolutions that I've not had a chance to read. I just got to be honest. And then there are budgetary implications for all this. There's contractual implications for all this. Again, this is going to sound like overkill, but Leslie, you have done an amazing job as superintendent, giving us extra credibility in the community. And I just did your evaluation, and it's all very glowing. But I have to be as honest as I was in the evaluation and say right now, I don't, just me, I don't think I can vote for these. I can't. You've done your job, and that's, I'm not getting into personnel stuff, and that's reflected in your evaluation. But what would the citizens think of me? And I'm a lawyer by trade, and I sign off on something that I haven't read. And we just, thankfully to you and your team, you and the legislators in Albany who find me good on our money, and the federal government, we finally dug ourselves out of a hole, and I'm being asked to sign off on something, and I don't even know what the financial implications are, much less the contractual. So that's me, folks. People got to do what they got to do. It's not a reflection on my belief in our superintendent. This is just one day with one situation where I have to figure out what I'm going to do for my job. And I'm just going to tell you all, I'm just going to vote no. And our staff integrated this all into the agenda. And I'm going to just be, I don't even know what is what. How could I vote for that? And so my last question is, Leslie, can any of this stuff be clarified and I want to put my colleagues in the spot so that we could have another day to have some time to look at this. Is there any way, and I don't want to put my colleagues on the spot, but is there any way we cannot vote on these resolutions tonight and give it another day?
I mean, unless we're willing to come back at another time.
Personally, I am, because I would hate to vote no on a resolution that has meaning and import for our children and our families and our staff. But I see Vice President Elliott. Go ahead.
I will wait if Commissioner LeBron wants to continue this conversation. I just wanted to make a point about the student vote, Anaya's vote on some resolutions. So if Commissioner LeBron wants to continue on that conversation, I will wait until she's done.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
LeBron?
Yeah, I think President White, I actually want to see if we could just pull out the actual summer school resolutions and separate those and have a conversation about those resolutions and what the budget was, and have an understanding of what these resolutions total. So at minimum, as a solution, I would also support coming back, even though we just said we're not meeting in the month of July, but if we needed to, we had to do it before. We had to come in on a Monday in person to pass summer school resolutions because of an error, if you will, on resolutions. And then just to Commissioner Vice President Elliott, I know that our students is in agreement of 871, and I strongly oppose it, and I have lots of reasons that I will share tonight on. So I just want to put that out there as well now. But I do think, I just offer as two potential proposals, is that we pull out summer school specific resolutions and vote on those tonight, and then table the other ones for a later date. Or the alternative, President White, as you mentioned, is potentially having us come back together early next week to vote on them once we have time to review them fully and get some clarification on some of them.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, I just wanted to indicate that I did, however, spend the entire day today going through all of the resolutions, but I would not feel comfortable, voting singularly on the approval. So I would also recommend that we come back, we schedule a meeting shortly, and we all come back, and once everyone had a chance to review these, so that all the questions can be answered. So I'm in support of coming back, maybe, well, probably not tomorrow, but next week, so that we can vote to approve these.
Commissioner Powell.
In light of those last two remarks, I'm wondering, has everyone just missed the fact that the superintendent is offering to have the staff talk us through every one of those resolutions? We don't necessarily have to come back together on a different day when the superintendent is offering an opportunity to hold our hands through the entire process. I actually kind of like, I know it'll take more time, but it's not often that we have a chance to interact almost real time with this decision-making process, rather than, digesting it, through reading, and then, having to stack up our notes and ask our questions offline, between reading it and having to vote on it. So, I mean, folks aren't willing to take up the superintendent on that offer?
Anybody want to respond to Commissioner Powell's statement? Commissioner Malloy?
I'm not opposed to that per se, but I think that with all of the graduation ceremonies that we have coming up, I don't know necessarily if that's going to be the best use of our time for this evening. But I would be supportive of meeting perhaps on Monday after we've had more time to digest it. Even if we spend the time tonight and are here until midnight, right? Like walking through, I don't know how well we're actually going to process that information and formulate meaningful questions that we can get responses to in that amount of time. My 2 cents.
I'll add my 2 cents to your 2 cents. And it's 2 cents literally. I agree with that. Commissioner Powell, I appreciate, and Superintendent, I appreciate the offer, but I would prefer to have read it, reviewed it on my own, and then ask questions if I had to have somebody just read it to me now. And I've already admitted I haven't had the chance. Commissioner Clark was blessed to have the opportunity to do it, and I appreciate him saying not everybody else may have had the same opportunity. I admitted to you all from Jump Street, I have not had the opportunity, and I'm just saying it's not my fault. Right? So I would respectfully suggest that I don't know if Monday is a good day for everybody or anybody, but yes, Commissioner Malone. Yes, yes.
I have just been informed that as of midnight tonight, we will need to meet in person moving forward per the governor's order. So that is something for us to take into consideration then too.
Thank you. Steve, is that right?
Yeah, Kalia had her hand up. She was going to note that.
Oh, okay.
It was announced yesterday in his press conference that as of tonight at midnight, he was ending. Rather than what was the earlier predicted July 5th, they decided to cut it off tonight midnight. So anything after tonight will have to be an in-person meeting.
And I do want to add as well to that, we are not yet prepared with the conference room to facilitate a live and streamed version of the meeting. We could meet in person, but our audio system will not facilitate us being able to do what we do and integrate that to stream. So that does make things a little bit more challenging for our team. If we do decide to do that, we would have to basically welcome people to enter the building at that point.
But we don't have to stream though, right?
Well,
there's no requirement that we stream.
There's there's no requirement to stream. So it would just need to be where we open it to the public.
And Steve, I hate to impose on you, but are there any restrictions on the number of people or are we planning on restrictions on the number of people can be in the room, or we can't do that?
I'm not really the right person to ask that. I think at this moment, Mike Schmidt would have to tell us how they're reading that. We've been treating CO the same as schools, so everything's been distanced and masked and all that. But we probably have to get the environmental folks to weigh in, or Mike. I'm not in a position.
Are there any regulations or laws or executive orders that say you have to do social distancing in school buildings? Or
he didn't, when he lifted the restriction on in-person meetings, he specifically left in place the restrictions on K-12 schools. But I'd need Mike to opine as to whether or not central office has considered that.
I see. Vice President Elliott, was that a hand, or was that you raised that previously? Okay, Commissioner Adams.
Just say whatever you do. I will not be in person next week. I just won't be. I'm going to Kentucky in about a few hours from now, so I won't be able to show up. They would have to make arrangements for me to. I don't know.
Let me just ask you this, and Steve, you chime in, but Ricardo, logistically, would you be available to Zoom in? Because that would be just like any board meeting. We can have people Zoom in. And I'm not saying that you would have to, but it's an option for us. You know, if you can't make a meeting and it's an in-person meeting, we still have our bylaws that allow board members to participate via Zoom, but maybe you can't do that.
No, I could do that.
Okay. Commissioner Malloy.
Well, given these circumstances, I will now agree with Commissioner Powell, and let's just get through these and see what we can do to process the information in this time frame. I don't know if we have an alternative at this point, and I'm assuming that these are resolutions we need that the superintendent needs us to get through. When is summer school slated to start?
Dr. Myers.
Oh, I'm sorry. The, what is it, the 5th or 6th, Janelle and Kathy?
Yeah.
The 5th, we have that beginning on the 5th, but we also have some preliminary work that would precede the opening of summer school. some scheduled as early as, I believe, Monday. So we have some that we're hoping able to get approved soon.
All right, so colleagues, let's do this. We got it.
Oh, hold on, I got Commissioner Powell and then Commissioner LeBron.
Or we can go for a hybrid solution too. We can, whatever we can get the votes for tonight, we can, and anything that fails can be brought up on a motion to reconsider at a special meeting on Monday. It's just a thought.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I would not support that proposal, because if I'm voting no tonight, I'm not coming back in and taking additional time to come back and vote on a resolution. I, again, want to say that there are financial implications, and this board has been there before. When we rushed through resolutions for summer school, there were real financial consequences. And this is not to say that we don't trust our superintendent. We are legally obligated to be good fiscal stewards for the school district. And that includes, and I have to say, Van, I'm gonna even give you kudos for admitting you ain't have time to read them. And also that we were put in a position to not have the opportunity to read them. You know, I know for me, I had a really heavy schedule this week. And the fact that I opened up again the resolutions thinking that there's gonna be some minor tweaks and saw a much larger packet, I was furious. Like, there cannot be an expectation that we can do our jobs as board members on a crunch time like that and be good fiscal stewards. I'm not buying it. However, again, I will propose this suggestion as a potential solution is pulling out the actual summer school resolutions. And again, looking at what we budgeted and what these total resolutions are in comparison to what the board passed in the budget for the summer 21 school year. So that's an option. There, again, a number of resolutions have nothing to do with summer school. Zilch. They don't even need to be considered tonight. I just want to put that out there. And no, I don't need the administration to handhold me and walk me through it when we need to really fully comprehensively understand what the fiscal implications are and why we're doing these things. I don't want to be handheld through this. I'll just vote no. If you all decide to move forward on these, I will just vote no. Just want to put it out there.
So let me ask, let's see if we can move towards a solution. With respect to Commissioner LeBron's suggestion that we call out, could someone pull out the numbers of the resolutions that relate to summer school employment of staff to get us up to speed for summer school? Explain to us and make it clear, however you can do it, that these requests will keep us in line with the present budget expenditures, right? And then any other questions board members might have. And then anything else, this is sort of the hybrid approach. It wouldn't help me a lot to have somebody read through the resolution and then me respond to it. I want the time to, and I don't like study these things, but I do like to review them and, see if there's anything that jumps out. I won't have that opportunity. So I would suggest the balance that has to be passed, we do it on Monday. Ricardo says, there's no reason why we can't do it on Monday. Ricardo says he can participate via Zoom. That's totally consistent. And hey, listen, we got to go back by law into the regular setting. Mike is a great guy. He's very super efficient. He can get us hooked up for Monday. Again, this is not about the administration doing their job. It is about us being able to do our job. And it is not an exaggeration to say we have gotten screwed up over summer school before, right? And there's just no reason why we should have to do that. So that's just my suggestion. Anybody want to respond to that suggestion or I know there's the outstanding suggestion that we just go ahead and have the administration read this stuff to us. I could not support that. It seems like Commissioner LeBron says she does not want that happening. Can anybody else address whether that proposal works for them or the hybrid proposal?
I
can
LeBron.
say that, Commissioner Clark?
I say I could agree. I could agree to Commissioner LeBron's proposal, pulling out the summer programs and looking at the total budget cost versus what we're actually going to pay.
I heard, thank you, Commissioner Clark. I heard our clerk, you were trying to say something, Kalia?
Yes, I am going to humbly ask if we can, I know we have a retreat on Tuesday. It's gonna take us a little bit. I know we're talking with Mike regarding the environmental safety component of it, but I'm more concerned about the technical component of it with the sound systems and everything. We are using all of our equipment at graduations currently, and we're probably gonna have to work over the weekend to try and get those equipment back. I'm gonna ask if we could possibly do this meeting on Tuesday instead of Monday, because we do need time to flip the room and get it ready, if we can, please.
For me, I wasn't related to Monday in particular. I was just suggesting another day, Tuesday. I see Commissioner LeBron. We don't really care. Just so long as the date meets with, if there are resolutions that Dr. Myers needs to have addressed sooner than later, that those resolutions be given to us. We have a chance to vet them, consider them, and then we vote them on Tuesday. If that's the day that works for you from a technological perspective, I don't think anybody would have an objection to that. So currently right now, the proposal would be we call out, and I'm gonna need your staff support on this in terms of calling resolutions, Dr. Myers, but we pull out the ones that deal with summer school. We deal with those today. Any questions about budgetary implications, those will be asked. And then on Tuesday, we'll deal with anything else that you feel has to be passed sooner than later. Dr. Myers, do you want to respond to that?
I do. I think certainly between Dr. Morris and Dr. Black, we could do that. But we also have HR resolutions that we really should vote on tonight. They involve tenure, they involve retirements, et cetera. So those are important as well.
So hearing no objections to that sort of process, and I appreciate the fact that some colleagues have said, let's just have the administration read through, but I don't hear additional direct support for that. So what I would ask, I'm going to need you guys' help on this. I'm talking about Leslie and your team, because normally I would just go down the resolutions number by number, group some. Obviously I can't do that. So take the time that you need, Leslie, and tell me, this is how we'll do it. You tell me what's resolutions that relate to tenure and summer school, that teaching and learning that you want advanced for today. Give me those numbers. I'll ask for a resolution. I'll ask for a motion. And then you present those, give us a brief description, or whoever you appoint designate to do that. And then we'll have questions and then we'll vote. Does that make anybody object to that process? And by the way, that process may mean that we will do some of the stuff, your team will do some of the stuff that Commissioner Malloy and Commissioner Powell are suggesting, provide some detailed description. It may require that. Okay. Leslie, can your team help me through this that way?
Sure. Could we just do this? Could we just take a quick break and maybe go into a breakout room and we just go real quick?
Sure.
So we can do that for you all and then come back. That would be most helpful for us. If you could give us, I don't know, about 10 minutes. Would that work, team? 10, 15. That would work for us.
Yeah,
Can you put us in a breakout room, Kalia? Would that be possible?
Yes, I'm going to ask Tom if you could please put us on a recess.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I want to thank Vice President Elliott for taking the gavel initially. We had to do some reorganizing so that we could get through these resolutions. These resolutions are the way in which we fund our schools, identify and select employees, give employees certain benefits like retirement and so forth. So because there was some additions, we had to reorganize, and the administration had to reorganize how they were going to present this stuff today. So we're going to begin, as we always do, with asking the board to consider resolutions. First one we're going to begin with is Resolution 854, which relates to gift acceptance. So I need a motion to get Resolution 854 on the floor. Is there a motion?
Move.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott, seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Are there any questions or comments? I know Commissioner Malloy, you have a comment or two on this.
Yeah, good evening. So tonight we are honored to accept an award from ESL of approximately $125,000 to be used for a wonderful student-led summer project called Photo Voice. And Superintendent Myers-Small has asked to present more details about this incredible opportunity for our scholars prior to board acceptance of this gift. So Superintendent Myers-Small, please.
Thank you. As I shared it as a part of my goals, we did a Your Voice, Your School, Your Voice survey, and Photo Voice is really the second part of that, which taps into the qualitative, experiential aspects of our scholars. So we have about 30 secondary students who will go out into the community and pose questions with the device, and they will be soliciting input and feedback about their experiences during the pandemic. And we, as well as some of the things that concern them or give them joy. And each week they will go out with a new question. They will bring that back with a group leader. And then all of that information will be culled together. And in part, we can have that information help to inform the way that we allocate and spend the money that we've been granted through the American Rescue Funds. I think what a powerful way to hear from our scholars. It develops research skills, it develops interview skills, and it gives 30 of our scholars a job during the summer. So we are thrilled to provide this opportunity. I'll come back in July with some scholars to give more information about what this project entails. And then I look forward to coming back again in September to let you know what the data says and what did our young people have to say about their experiences and what their hopes and desires are as far as their education relative to Rochester.
Thank you, Dr. Myers-Small. On behalf of the Board of Education, we'd like to accept this generous gift from ESL, and we are just so profoundly grateful for these community partnerships. I'm even more thrilled to see that this is a student-generated and led project. So these types of gifts really empower our learners, and I know I, along with the board, we anxiously are awaiting that final project in July. So thank you so much to ESL and to the team working on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 854? I don't see any, so let's go ahead and take a vote. Please make sure your cameras are on. All those in favor of Resolution 854 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The ayes have it again. Thank you, ESL and Superintendent Myers-Small, for doing what you do to use outside philanthropy to support the creative use of student leadership. We appreciate that. And again, thanks to ESL on behalf of the Board of Education. Now, let me just say before we continue on with the consideration of resolutions, folks who may really diligently follow what we do as a Board of Education may have an agenda on board docs that may, as we go through this, may seem to omit some of the items that are on that resolution on board docs, or how you might have seen our agendas elsewhere. It's going to be modified a bit, but we'll try to go slow so that obviously board members have the time to consider the resolutions, but so that you, our watching audience, also can follow along. I just want to warn you that some matters that appear on the board docs agenda will not be considered today, just so that you know, they will be considered probably at a meeting on Tuesday. So with that having been said, Superintendent, do you want to call out the numbers first, or will someone else do that?
I'll have Medisol.
Okay.
call out the numbers.
And so, what do you got for us?
So President White, under authorization for additional pay, we would be grateful if you considered Resolution 855, 856, 858, 860. We'd like to split it and have you consider A through D and hold E through I.
Marisol, I'm sorry, my fault, not yours. Got to go a little bit slower because I'm writing this stuff down. 855, 856, 858.
Correct. 860.
860.
I'm sorry, President White, I'm sorry. And can Marisol, like your mic changed or something?
It did. It's hard to hear you.
Hear you.
Yep. Sounds a little bit muted a bit.
Or underwater.
Could we take the resolutions up to the splitted ones right now as a bundle?
Well, first of all, I want to hear what the resolutions are. So, Marisol, let's hear your mic again. Marisol? Hello?
We can't hear you.
Can somebody else do
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay,
So start again.
so we'd like you to consider 855, 856, 858, 860. We would like to split and have you consider A through D. And we'd like to hold E through I. 862, 864, 865, and 866.
Okay. So there is I'm requesting a motion to consider resolutions 855, 856, 858, 860, 862, A through D. Are they designated A through D?
I'm sorry, President White, it's A60, A through D.
Oh, A60, A through D. Okay, I apologize. A through D. Are they designated so? A through D?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep, okay. 862, 864, 865, and 866. Is that right? All right. So I need a motion to consider those specific resolutions.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments? Just so that we're clear on the record, 855, 856, 858, 860, A through D, 862, 864, 865, and 866. Any questions or comments on those specific resolutions?
These are for summer school, resolutions that are being considered?
These resolutions include summer school resolutions for additional pay. There are a number that were included in the first packet.
Okay.
So the ones that we are asking you to consider in addition to the ones that were in the first packet are 859, 864, 865, and 866.
I just want to put on the record and for Commissioner Adams' information that tonight I will vote in favor of the additional pay resolutions. I normally don't vote in support of these resolutions, but because of COVID, because we're starting summer school, I just want to put on record for this time that I'll support the additional pay resolutions. So that's to you, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Vice
you.
President Elliott. Any other questions or comments regarding those selected resolutions? I don't see any other hands being raised or any comments being made, so let's go ahead and vote. Please make sure your camera is on. All those in favor of resolutions 855, 856, 858, 860, A through D, 862, 864, 865, and 866 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition? Madam Clerk, the ayes have it. Marisol, what's next?
So the authorization of agreements, the next block, we are asking that you consider 868, 869, and 870.
Folks, give me 1 second. I want to put before the Board of Education and all those still listening tonight and watching, that the board consider resolutions 868, 869, and 870. Is there a motion to have discussion on those three resolutions? I need a motion.
Motion.
I think I heard Commissioner LeBron. I'll take hers as his first, and Vice
Second.
President Elliott second. Any questions or comments regarding resolutions 868, 869, and 870?
Man, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
On 868, can we just get an explanation of this particular resolution for Erie BOCES? I just wanted to have a little bit better understanding of what we're paying for.
Thank you for the question, commissioners, and I'll be happy to answer your question. The Erie County, I mean, not the Erie County, the Erie One BOCES is the brick that we use to send up our data for state reporting. We are required through New York State Commissioners regulations to report our data very specifically through a RIC. The RIC that we use for our state reporting is the Erie One BOCES. Even though we collaborate with a few BOCES, the one that we use for this specific purpose is the Erie One BOCES. So we are complying with our state reporting requirements and reporting via that RIC to send our data to the state as required.
And we're used to saying RIC, but it's the Regional Information Center.
Thank you. That is, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Looking at my chart, I don't see any. All right, let's go ahead and vote then. Please make sure your cameras are on. All those in favor of resolutions 868, 869, and 870 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Madam Clerk, it appears that the ayes have it. All right. Yes, ma'am.
May
Yes.
I just have a small request, because I'm scrolling between different screens as the resolutions come up, and I'm not having enough time to see, like, I've already read through all of these and annotated them, but I don't have time in the time that you're giving us to, like, you know, are there any questions at this time? I'm still trying to open things up and scroll down to the appropriate place. So if you could just, can we possibly put these up on the screen just as a reminder for what we're looking at, of what we're looking at?
A good idea. Madam Clerk, can you do that? And or alternatively, feel free to say, hey, Van, I need a little more time. And that would totally be acceptable. And we'll give you that time. I will try to take a breather in between that. But if somebody knows or feels like I'm moving too fast, all you need to do is let me know, and I will say, take the time. And there's not a person in this room who would not understand that. So let me know. But I see Kalia has put them up there. So that will avoid people from having to go screen to screen as you're doing, Commissioner Malloy. Okay.
You go to page 101, Kalia. That's where we're next.
Okay, we actually haven't called the next set yet, so I didn't know where we just left off at 870. So
874 is an East DPO resolution, but in the explanation for adds changes to resolutions, it does indicate that these were two late requests that were inserted into the packet. So I don't know what the pleasure of the board is for that.
For East High School? For East?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're now jumping from the resolutions we just passed to 874. Is that right, Marisol?
Yes, sir. 874 is next in the chronology.
Yep.
That is not one of our resolutions.
Thank you. So I'm looking at 874. Dr. Nelms, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to pull up this. I'm going through the resolutions packet right now. Let me get to 874.
Page 101, Dr. Nelms.
I can also say that the memo for all these resolutions and were submitted to the board on Tuesday before the East presented the superintendent report and everything. So those were sent for supporting evidence before the second packet came out.
Thank you for that. That's why I haven't pulled up because we had submitted them previously. Any questions about that, or just?
Dr. Nelms, can you just, for the benefit of my colleagues and for those watching, what does 874 do? It's there in front of us, but.
Yep. So 874 is a resolution that was submitted by the team to support room redesign. So this is the part of our building where our schedule where students get an extra 72 minutes or more per week to work on ELA and math. In this room, we have teachers assigned that have access to every lesson in the building. If you're a teacher of English and math, your lessons are in a Google form. These teachers go in and do pre-teaching, reteaching, and they do extra support for students who are behind, but some kids accelerate and some kids to be remediated. This is to design that room and to continue to adjust. It's a critical part of the EPO, as you all know. And then the B in that is, which is part of the teacher's contract, is the summer professional development, which is required within the EPO contract.
Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding resolution 874? I don't have the participant screen. I don't know if that's because, there you go. And let me, Dr. Nelms, let me ask you, and Dr. Myers-Small, this might be appropriate for you. I know we just passed some resolutions of authorization for additional pay. The work that you all are doing at East and that you intend, Dr. Myers-Small, to prepare staff relating to curriculum, are there any bridges that are being built between this summer, between what they're doing what they have done at East and how you will prepare our staff for an improved curriculum in terms of ELA and math, which seems to be yielding some results? And as Commissioner Powell and others have said, and I have said, it's a tremendous amount of money that we've spent over there. It is proprietary. We own it, I assume, right, Dr. Nelms? I mean, it's the district's product. And I don't want to get into a long conversation about it tonight, but I want to make sure that the money that we're spending this summer to prepare teachers or to get them ready for curriculum, I want to make sure, and I think Dr. Jallo alluded to this earlier on, specifically as it related to the EPO. I just want to make sure will our students, will our staff be, are there any bridges being built between what we've spent on a curriculum that has produced some results? Yes, they are still a receivership school. That's more a function of there not being these measured test results. So let's not say, oh, they're a receivership school, so there's no value in what they offer. It is that curriculum is producing results. And I don't want to say that there aren't other schools that are doing this, but at the expense of the district, the board made a decision to invest in what they were doing at East, and they created a curriculum that has gotten significant praise. And I want to make sure that we're not spending money to replicate or to reinvent a wheel that has already been created at East. So can either one of you address that? Because this issue has come up multiple times through different superintendents, and we never get the answer that we're getting a return on our investment by replicating it throughout the district.
President White, before you do that, would you mind calling the motion? Just since we're in discussion of the item already.
That's 874. Okay, yep. Let's do that. Can I get the? Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Second. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Malloy. All right, either one of you, could you address that?
Dr. Black is going to respond on the district's behalf.
Good evening, commissioners. The short answer is yes, there are increased opportunities for collaboration between the East staff and content areas and the RCSD staff to learn both from what's happening pedagogically, so in person and in kind, teaching side by side and together, and with some of the curricular work across content areas. So we're continuing to improve upon that work, and we are even in the place this year where our students are benefiting from being in summer places together along with our staff who are also in both sides of the organization or house together.
Are we paying people to develop curriculum this summer?
Yes, sir.
And these additional pay resolutions?
Yes, sir.
And are we paying them to develop curriculum that has already been developed at East High School?
I think we are paying them to develop curriculum that is informed by other curriculum. So things cannot be wholesale received and duplicated. And so the upgrades to curriculum or the shift to curriculum are making accommodations for the various needs that we have across the district.
I think people, and I know I'm infamous for talking too much, but this is a critical question. We spent boo-goo money, lots of money, and it seems to be working. And I just wonder, why are we spending money to develop curriculum when we have a curriculum, which I understand can't be just like Xeroxed, mimeographed. It can be tweaked and tailored, but why would we be spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars if we have a curriculum that this board has invested in, not just so that students at East High School could benefit, but that other students and communities could benefit? Why are we spending money to do what's already been done? So you got a vehicle, so you want to put a different set of tires on it, or you want it to be maybe a different color, but why are we spending money? And this is as much a financial question as an academic one. Why are we spending money when we've already developed the vehicle? I see Commissioner Powell, did you sort of raise your hand?
Yeah, only because the question you're now asking seems better suited not for this resolution, but for resolutions requesting additional pay for curriculum work for our district side, not for the East High EPO.
No, you're absolutely right, Commissioner Powell. And I think those were the resolutions that were previously, I think 864, 865, 866.
And we approved all of them.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking, and this is part of the frustration of doing it this way, but I don't want to leave the question out. It's an important one. How much, I know you probably can't answer, how much did we just authorize by 864, 865, and 866? Just off the top of your head, Ms. Black, Dr. Black.
Hold on, I can give you a close number. So the summer school resolutions are not around curricular writing, but around delivery of program. And that was about $3,009,000.
And the programs that relate to curriculum writing, where are they?
So that would be for resolution 859, and that was not addressed this evening.
Oh, okay, all right. So, okay, so that will be addressed on Tuesday, hypothetically?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
White, I think the other thing that's important though, so even if we totally ascribe to the East curriculum, we would still be paying teachers to participate. So we'd be paying either way. I mean, so I think certainly we need to, and I'll work back with Dr. Morris and Dr. Black, but we still would be allocating funds for our teachers to participate in the professional development, the creation, et cetera, because we just are in the process, the board is in the process of approving some of that, and that's still an allocation. So we would need to have teachers participate, and that would include an expenditure of funds.
Point well taken.
One additional point I'd like to add is in our curricular work, we accommodate for pre-K through grade 12. In the East only covers 6 through 12. And so there is some additional work that has to be done on our pre-K 6 level to also update and align those curricular resources.
Both those points are very well taken. And to your point, Dr. Myers, we're still gonna have to pay these staff because contractually that's required. But what are we, this rhetorical, we don't need to have them prepare something new. That's my point. Yeah, we have to pay them, but to what extent, is rhetorical, to what extent have we considered really what has happened at East, and to what extent, not necessarily replicating, to what extent can we take the dollars that we're spending and expose them to what these folks are saying are working? I just don't want them to just go in there, consider wholesale some new curriculum or develop some new kind of curriculum when in fact we've paid for it already. But, okay, all right. So 874. Let's.
I was waiting to speak. I would just say that I think the way in which we need to start reframing this, we tried to do this for the last 6 years, is that this is not East curriculum. It's our CSD curriculum,
right?
That was created by East teachers, but they are RCSD teachers also. So, I mean, I think where the rub comes in, I don't know if it's historically, I'm saying past administrations, if it's been because where it's created is problematic, but most curriculum is created somewhere outside of a system. Most of the stuff that's happened at East has either been created new at the school, it's been revised, or some has been adapted or adopted. So I think the way in which we have to think about this moving forward is to perhaps removing the name East from it will make it more attractive, but it's really, it's curriculum written by ESD teachers. And, you know, I know that there are different rates. We discussed this in previous years. There are different rates to pay for creating curriculum as opposed to being trained on a curriculum. And that was one way in which we tried to save money by eliminating the creation of it by, once it's created, and just revising it with a smaller group. I think there's a ton of opportunities for this work. And yes, it's grades 6 through 12 only, but that's where you have the most, the greatest variance in type of lessons and instruction, because you have, you know, 4 different levels of math or more at the high school and 4 different levels of science. And so we know that at the elementary level, pretty much third grade is third grade curriculum across the board. So I think you can, if you look at the analysis of the curricular investment that the district has made, it's been invested in the grade levels that have the biggest or the largest span of courses and uniqueness, from accelerated to remedial classes, et cetera. So, I mean, I don't have the answer to it. I will tell you that, you know, we continue to make everything available to all districts, and you know, we look forward to continuing to collaborate with the rest of the RCSD and not seeing it as a separate entity. I will also say that the curriculum has been vetted through external resources, external sources, in terms of looking at through a critical race theory and critical culturally responsive lens, and it has received high marks from individuals. We've had guest readers look at the curriculum from organizations like Unbound Ed, which is a lead organization in the country around lesson development in ELA. Again, you receive very high marks, and they're going to look at implementing some of it there. We also have piloted some of the lessons with other urban superintendents to look for alignment. So I'm pretty positive that the curriculum itself is solid, and it's a testament to the teachers of RCSD and the staff at U of R for creating robust curriculum. I think the trick has to be that we have, as a district, we have bemoaned about the curriculum for so long that it has gained a negative stain. And I think we have a unique opportunity to change that as we develop more curriculum grades 6 through 12. But we're open and willing to share and to learn from others, but we have to either do it or not, or we can't keep talking about it every year.
So Dr. Black and Dr. Myers-Small, I look forward to on Tuesday, or whenever you bring 859 and others, their impact curriculum, I look forward to having that conversation, or you might even want to be proactive and share with the board on that day or in advance what the connection is, if any, between what our employees at East are doing and what you propose that employees do during the summer. All right, is that fair enough? All right, thank you, you all, for indulging me that veering off a bit. Now, 874, we had a motion, it was approved. Any other questions regarding 874? I don't see any. The resolution's already been put up there, so I don't think we need any additional time unless someone tells me we need additional time. So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 874 indicate by saying aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay.
Ayes. There was one nay. Madam Clerk, did you record those votes?
And for Dr. Nelms,
I did.
purview information.
Thank you.
You notice I voted in support of the additional pay resolution this evening, and that really has to do a lot with COVID and you know, all of the challenges that we face. So this evening, I'm voting in support of additional pay resolutions, just for the record and for your information, Dr. Nelms.
Thank you very much, much appreciated.
Ms. Lopez, what do we got next?
You're muted.
Thank you very much. I don't normally have that happen.
So next is resolutions 875 through 880.
Okay, can I get a motion to discuss resolutions 875
Motion.
through 8?
Before,
Thank you, Vice President.
wait. Before we do the motion for 875, there is just a slight clarification. We want to make sure that the funding source is not general funds, but it's the ESY grant. So we need to make that.
Section R.
I'm sorry.
So 875R, it's the last section on page 126. The funding line is not general fund. It is the extended school year program funds, ESY.
Correct.
So let's get an amendment because that resolution is officially, is it written that way?
It is written that way. According to General Counsel Carling, we could make the change prior to you considering the motion.
But they just advanced it. Right? Did you get a motion?
No,
No, we didn't. There was no
No,
motion
okay.
or second yet.
Then you can take the correction before the motion's advanced for discussion.
I move with correction.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. All those in favor of revising or amending resolution 875 as described by Ms. Ramos Lopez indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? All right, so I need a motion to advance for discussion. Yes.
Wait, one second, I'm sorry. President White, I'm trying to clarify what was done. The correction came before the motion. The motion was to approve as changed. So we need to do the motion that you guys voted on.
Well, it was changed as described by Ms. Ramos Lopez.
Yeah, the motion.
Yeah, so you didn't.
The
And we
motion.
voted. Go ahead.
My motion was to approve this resolution with the change described. So an amendment's not required.
Right.
So
Kalia, the change was just to 875R to change
Right.
one line. We
Right
can
here.
correct-
This is the change. Extended school year grants. Instead,
Correct.
there was general funds before.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I want to get us back on track here. So we're considering resolutions 875 as revised through 880. Is that right? That's where we're at?
Mhm.
So we have to have a motion to advance 875 as revised through 880.
And that's the motion on the floor.
That's the motion already on the floor. We need a vote now.
So okay, all right. So Commissioner Powell, your motion was to advance it for discussion as revised. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Can I get a second to that motion, just so this is very clean? Who's seconding that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. All those in favor, are there any questions or comments regarding resolutions 875 as revised through 880?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on 878. I would like an explanation of what that is, but before we move to that one, we can actually stay on this resolution. And I would like an explanation on the pay rate for R. So there is one employee here mentioned twice in the resolution at 238 hours at $60.02 or 2 cents. For 1 month, essentially the 7/1 to 8/17, so about 6 weeks. So I calculated that real quick. That's about $14,284 that we're paying this individual. But then if you see above, there's a $6 an hour pay range for this individual on top of the 60.2 cents for 238 hours. So I just needed to understand these pay numbers and also why we would split this employee up into two separate pay rates of $6 to $60 an hour. That's really confusing.
I'm just going there, Commissioner LeBron. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
So Mel and Des, this is a question for you all. This is under R. and the
So-
6th.
So I see it. So Megan, this employee is currently a bracket 3, but will be serving as a building principal. So the differential is for a bracket 2 position.
Let me, it's actually, so if I may, the AZAR contract provides that when somebody's going to serve, if this is a 10-month, 25-day employee, a bracket 3 administrator, Megan Bonacci, and when she's going to serve in summer school, the AZAR contract says how she's to be paid, which is at her 1/200th rate for the number of hours she's going to work. And then since she's serving as a principal, which is a bracket 1, the AZAR contract requires a 5% differential per bracket increase for the temporary position. That's why there's 2 different pay rates like that. So one is her just extra time, and the other is the differential she'll get for serving in a higher bracket. It should appear like that for some other summer school positions as well. It's just this one's unique because it's sitting in the special ed section, but I can just tell you it is consistent with the AZAR contract. That's why it's done that way. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a way to, I guess, put that into why we couldn't just say we're paying her $66 an hour? Like, is there a way to combine that? Like, why couldn't just say that we're paying 66.02 cents?
So Commissioner LeBron, this forms part of the next phase of the resolutions revamp that we're doing, specific to additional pay, the listing of employee names, and the way this information is contained. So that is already being considered for the future.
Thank you. And then the other resolution that we can go to now is number 878, the Frontline Technology Group LLC contract. If someone can give some clarification on this.
This is our frontline IEP management system that contains all of our IEPs, and it's our platform for managing our students' programs and services.
Just as a follow-up, is it a new platform or is just are we extending a contract?
No, this is the current contract. This is not the enhancement yet. There's going to be an enhancement coming, I believe, in January to this system. But right now, this is just for our everyday management of frontline, and provides all our management system for our IEPs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You all set, Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, thank you, President.
Okay, any other, if we could go back to the main screen, there you go, thank you. Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 875 as revised through 880? Don't see any, and I don't hear any, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution 875 as revised through 880 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
It seems that the ayes have it, Madam Clerk. Ms. Ramos Lopez, why don't you give us the next block of resolutions?
The next block of resolutions that we would like for you to consider are the human capital resolutions. As you are aware, due to the timing of many of these decisions, this is part of the packet that always comes within the 48-hour packet. And so we would appreciate it if you considered all of the resolutions in this block.
Thank you. That would be resolutions 882 to 904. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Let's get a motion to get these resolutions on the floor for discussion. And then to the extent that any one of my colleagues need the resolutions posted in the event that you just want to double check, feel free to ask the staff to do that. So is there a motion for 882 through 8 to 904?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Loy. Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Are there any questions or comments regarding resolutions 882 through 904? I saw Commissioner Malloy raising her hand.
Thank you. I have a question, or just more, well, question and comment about 887. This is just regarding pay for executive directors. I guess I just wanted to know if there's any way, it's more a request than anything else, and a concern. I'd like to request a list of all executive directors, their start dates and salaries, as well as a list of building principals. My concern is that these salaries do not line up with past practice, and they seem fair, but this has created perhaps inequity between administrators with like titles and similar responsibilities. So it's just a concern I have, and I'd like to maybe put that on the question log for future reference, because these salaries seem to differ, and equity is important.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. I assume that someone will put that in the question log to get that answered for Commissioner Malloy.
I'm just going to ask if Commissioner Malloy, if you can just reiterate, I want to make sure I get the request exactly.
Happy to. I would like us to, I need a list of all of the executive director position, the executive directors, their start dates, salaries, as well as a list of building principals. I'm trying to compare just pay equity.
You all set, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yep. Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, on number 887, I just want to take a moment to congratulate Kelly Briggs, because if I'm reading this correctly, she's going to be moving into a different position. And I think she has done an amazing job in her role as overseeing community schools. So I'm excited to see her move into this position. And I have no doubts that she'll be also just equally as great in this role as well. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 882 to 904? I don't see any, so let's go ahead and take a vote. Being mindful that if you all ever needed to see any of those resolutions posted on the screen, I'm sure our clerk could do that. But since it doesn't seem that anybody needs that at this particular time, let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolutions 882 through 904 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye to all except a nay to 890.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Mr. Ramos Lopez, what do we get next?
Our next bundle is operations and educational facilities. And we would like you to consider resolutions 906 to 911.
Those are final payment resolutions?
Yes, I have more for you.
Oh, you have more? Okay, okay,
Yes,
go ahead.
906 to 911.
Yep.
913, excuse me, and 914. The rest will hold until next Tuesday.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was concerned about my not having really looked at 915 through 927. So that's great. All right. So there, I need a motion to discuss. Thank you, Vice President. I didn't even let me get it up. 906, that's been moved by Vice President, 906 to 911 and 913 and through 914. Vice President made the motion. Was there a second?
Second.
Commissioner LeBron seconded it. I see Commissioner Malloy has raised her hand. Commissioner Malloy?
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question about resolution 914. I'm wondering if Mike Schmidt can perhaps tell me a little bit more about the project. What renovations are taking place?
Superintendent Myers, is Mr. Schmidt in?
He is.
He sure is. I'm going to try to pull the resolution. It's 914, right, Commissioner?
Mm-hmm.
That's when you asked about?
Yes, it's the World of Inquiry
Yeah,
renovation.
so we previously had purchased the restaurant that is adjacent to the building. That's going to be torn down here in the next couple of weeks. And we will be doing some site work on the outside of the building and then some minor, I shouldn't say minor, some renovations on the inside of the school as well. So it'll change that whole streetscape on University and Main.
And what is the space being used for, if you don't mind me asking?
The space on that side of the building will be utilized as green space and play space for the students in the long term. Right now, when we take the building down, it'll be parking in the short term and then transition to play space and so forth. There's just not enough green space there. The playground on the University and SIO side of the building, we may also relocate that because that's very close to the street. And we would prefer to have that back behind the building as well. So we have a couple different things we're going to move, and then that would be transitioned into parking. So kind of flip flop that for parents and so forth. They have a very large visitor program there where people come in to read, and there's often people have to park on the bridge on Silo Street and so forth. So this will allow more parking on the SIO and University side and more play space and more secure playground areas on the new parcel on SIO and Main.
So for this particular resolution, though, these renovations will essentially, it's part of the tearing down of that restaurant, right? And creating.
Yes, the
area.
The restaurant, I'm sorry, Dr. My apologies. The restaurant was purchased earlier. That dollar figure is not in this renovation cost, but all that is eligible. When we submit the final project to the state ed, all that will be eligible for full reimbursement.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Schmidt, if you guys could put back up my screen so I can see if, yes, I see that Vice President Elliott and Commissioner Powell have a question.
Thank you. Mike, why wasn't this part of the FMP funding as opposed to CIP?
Well, the acquisition of the parcel came much later. That project was completed, I believe, in 2014 or 15. The restaurant was still open then. Since it's closed and become, basically, it no longer serves as a restaurant site. It was, and the school really needed to expand its footprint. Then that was the need for earlier. We had some desire on some other plots or other parcels in that area, but there were some other priorities. There was on SIO and University also where they put the new, it's a veterans, I think it's a veteran center. On that side, that was one of the parcels we had looked at as well. So this, when this became available, it just made good sense to purchase it and expand and move the playgrounds in the back.
So is it a matter of timing that this could not be a part of the FNP project?
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. Okay. And then the MCA for that building had to reset in order for us to do this project as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Mr. Powell.
Yeah, this more a question log rather than taking up today's meeting, but I know that there's been reporting that the city's planning on filling in more of the inner loop, and I wonder if a summary of the current state of planning is on that, and whether there's active negotiations about making sure the district gets some of that newly freed up space for a potential athletic field.
Absolutely. I can respond to the question log, sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I can also, Commissioner Powell brought up a point. I just look from a personal position, I've been working with some groups over at Lewis Street Center around that inner loop section to ensure, because part of what's going on over there is the folk that live on the other side of the inner loop, Shalat, what have you, are going to now come over to the side where it was predominantly African-American and Hispanic. And so we're also working on ensuring that the people who are currently living in that area is not gentrified, but did not take into consideration the part that the school will play into this. So in my other meetings that I'll be having, and again, this is more personal because I grew up in the area, I'd also will begin to have those conversations about the school's input into this whole project and process as well. I'm not sure what that looks like at this point, but we haven't really, our group hasn't really considered the part that the school needs to play in this whole redesign. At least I'm not familiar with it, Mike. So
Be more than happy.
I'll be having.
I'm sorry. Be more than happy to attend.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Van, you're muted.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I thought when there was discussion earlier on about the Asian restaurant, which I had eaten at many occasions, that was going to be parking. But then I thought I heard you say a few minutes ago that it was going to be used as playground space eventually. And then that made me think, because this is my neighborhood where my office is located, that would be a bad place to put a playground unless you had a super high fence, because you want to talk about traffic. There's a lot of traffic on that corner. What is it, a playground or a parking space? You're muted, Mike. Mike.
If you look at where the fence is now adjacent to the building, that fence will be extended around the entire parcel so that it'll all be fenced in with a very secure fence, so to speak. And the idea would be because there is no play space on the interior side of the building, to expand that and then repurpose the space on the other side of it, where that playground currently is. So where the playground will actually be situated will not be on the street, but the fencing will be as such that it'll be a safe place for kids to play.
And again, I'm not I don't know much about environmental conditions, but that's a heavily trafficked area with gas and cars passing by. Mm-hmm. I realize that the current playground is by a close, I think it's University, right?
The University in Zion, yes.
Where the current, right? And there are cars passing by there, but boy, that corner there's a lot of traffic. And I'm thinking cars, and is that, and you don't have to answer this now, is that healthy for children to be exposed if they're out there playing? It just seems to me like there's a lot of traffic over there. And you don't have to answer that now.
I'm comfortable with the design that it is. Okay. That's going to be safe. I don't have any reservations in regards to that. I think also where the actual restaurant is right now, when seeing the plans, I think when you see those, you'll have much more comfort level in regards to where the play spaces are and so forth. That's not really of a concern of mine. We have had some issues there, so we're really trying to move as much away from the street as possible and build a more secure fence. We also are concerned because that's a very difficult area to pull out on to either University or Main as well. So if we have, parent parking or, it's going to create other traffic issues as well. So there's a couple of different challenges we have with that particular site in using it for different purposes. So, and we looked at it in a variety of angles in order to kind of figure out what best fits.
All right, that makes sense. Because what I'm thinking of the restaurant, and you're saying that playground is not going to be like right up on the street like the restaurant is.
No, it'll be set back. There's a courtyard area, and then if you look where that parcel goes, it kind of goes back on an angle toward back where the inner loop is, and we have that whole piece much further away from the actual street.
All right, thank you very much, Mike.
You're very welcome. It was a great question.
Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions? 870, 880, I'm sorry.
906 through.
I'm sorry, 906 to 911 through 913 and 914. Thank you. I don't see any, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolutions 906 through 911 and 913 and 914 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Madam Clerk, you recorded that vote?
Yes.
So we're set there. Next, what's next on the list, Ms. Ramos Lopez?
So the final block is one that you had determined you would consider, which is resolutions 928 to 936.
Yep, I think we were prepared for that. There's been some conversations about those resolutions and how we've had advance notice on a number of them. So I need a motion to discuss resolutions 928 to 936. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I think I heard Commissioner Adams first, seconded by Vice President Elliott. All right, any questions or comments regarding those resolutions 928 through 936?
Yes, and I guess it's just a question regarding the numbering, because the second 928 should be 929.
that's right.
That is correct, Mr. Clark, Commissioner Clark. That was a typo today that I.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I think she had mentioned that earlier, but you're right to catch that, Commissioner Clark. It was a typo. Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 928 through 936? I don't see any, so let's go ahead and take a vote. Please make sure your cameras are not on and indicate with a aye whether you support resolutions 928 through 936. Aye.
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 Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it, Madam Clerk, and that's how it will be recorded. Next item on the agenda, there are no further resolutions, is that right, Ms. Ramos Lopez?
All right, thank you very much for your consideration this evening, and we appreciate.
No, we thank you for ad-libbing and trying to modify this. We do appreciate the administration for responding to our concerns, and we respectfully appreciate the time we will have to consider those additional resolutions which you graciously left out this evening so that we can consider them next Tuesday. And we look forward to getting the packet describing those remaining resolutions. All right, next item on the agenda is unfinished business, and I understand there is none. And then we have new business. We have 2 items that are on the agenda, and then one that I'd like to add sort of at the last minute, a logistical issue. Child safety zones, Madam Superintendent, and the new regulations regarding gender identity and expression.
Thank you, President White, and good evening. I'll make this brief. A few weeks ago, or even maybe a little over a month ago, I met with Mayor Warren to talk about child safety zones. And child safety zones, in essence, are areas that are deemed unsafe for students to move through because of certain conditions, traffic pattern, etc. The mayor, and I send information in the Friday letter for your review around this. The mayor is in essence asking if the Rochester City School District is interested in moving forward with having the Rochester City School District be deemed child safety school zones, and she is her perspective or take on this is that this is an equity issue because it's typically happens in suburban school districts, but it's not so in the Rochester City School District. She's interested in partnering with the delegation to talk this through and to see if it's something that can be pushed. I know that there's a Southwest group that is very interested in this as well, and have been meeting with regularity. And I know the board was copied in. I responded back that there had been no decisions in the Rochester City School District, and that certainly this needed to be socialized and we needed to have conversations relative to this. So what I can do, if you'd like, is in an upcoming meeting, I can do a presentation on this, entailing specifically for the board and the public what it entails. What are things that we need to consider, such as cost and implications for the district. I also shared that due to the significant rerouting issues, that this is something that we could not consider for September for the 21-22 school year, and that the earliest would be the 22-23 school year. And so with that, again, you have information that hopefully you've had the opportunity to review. And if not, to take the time to review that, and it should be your pleasure, should it be your pleasure that we can do a presentation and investigate further.
That makes sense. Commissioner Powell, were you going to comment?
Seeking a little bit of clarification. You only made vague reference to implication. The primary implication, if I heard you right, and this is the part you need to clarify, if for the whole city to be a safety zone, would be that literally every child would be eligible for busing. And this is something that the board has discussed at length. As you said, it's something of an equity issue. And it certainly has implications not only for the cost of transportation, but the state, doesn't the state have to agree to that or approve that decision? So this would be a joint advocacy effort. Is that correct?
Commissioner Powell, that's correct. Not only would it be joint advocacy, but should we enter into agreement with this, we'd be asking for legislation to be rewritten as it currently does not exist for Rochester.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understood what the ask was.
Okay, Dr. Jallo.
Yeah, just a quick question. Can you name another city in the state or another community in the state that has successfully done this so that we can maybe look, see, investigate, research, gain some information or insight into how they did it and what were some of the outcomes?
As far as overruled what currently was in existence, or just a city or a community that has child safety zones?
Another city that has child safety zones where they provided transportation to every single student in their district.
If I remember correctly, very close to us, Hamlin, New York, has child safety zones, but a very different demographic from Rochester. So I would need to take a look to see what would be another place that implements it, and I can get all those details, but I don't know beyond Hamlin. That's the only one that I had access to. So Callie, if you don't mind, if you'd put, I don't know, can I request something to be put in?
Yes, I see you requested a presentation, so I'll find an agenda.
Okay, but also to remind me or the staff to review where child safety zones currently are in place and what were the steps that needed to take and what were the implications for the district, et cetera.
Yeah, I'll add that to the question log.
Great. Thank you.
I see Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, and my question can go on the question log too, Leslie. I would be interested in the financial impact of that, but then I also want to uplift the fact that our managed choice policy still needs to be changed. And
correct.
Changed, and so I feel like we're talking about putting the cart before the horse. That I would support it potentially if there was a way to go back to neighborhood schools with maybe perhaps even offering a bus stop, on every every 2 or 3 blocks versus door to door for transportation. So I think those factors need to be at play too in terms of how this district will move regarding that policy. And then definitely will be interested in other school districts beyond Hamlin too, perhaps the school district our size with our demographics. That mirrors Rochester. And also if where the big 5s are at this, the other 4 school districts, if they haven't considered it and if there's any conversations that they've had. So for the board log, those part of your presentation, those things.
Sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner LeBron, just to follow up, and thank you for saying that. One of the things that we shared when we met with the mayor and her team is that we were in the midst of reviewing managed choice and neighborhood and rezoning. So if anything, again, that's why 22, 23 would make sense. Doing something now just doesn't make sense when we're in the midst of determining how we might be reconfigured as a district. So thank you for pointing that out.
Commissioner Powell.
Just for our listening audience, to the extent we possibly have any at this point, I know that when we were actively pursuing legislation for a variance from the 2-mile radius state reg laws, Syracuse was submitting similar legislation. They wanted to be able to bus. They wanted the opportunity or the option to to transport all of their students as well. I don't think they've gotten any further along than we have. And furthermore, I don't know that they've been considering it from a child safety zone vantage point. They were looking just for a blanket legislative change.
Thank you. Any other questions to the superintendent regarding those two updates? I don't see any. Staff has an update that they'd like to include in new business regarding the logistics of in-person meetings that Steve informed us about earlier on. Madam Clerk, you want to?
Yes, I'm going to ask Steve if he can jump on to help me with this part here. So in preparation for in-person, yes.
I didn't get a chance to go over
right.
Regulations.
The regulations.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good evening again. So as our student rep, Anaya noted, I created two regulations. One, gender identity and expression to go with policy 0105, and then equity and educational excellence policy that combines with policy 0201. And just for the listening public, again, those who are still with us, regulations are really to outline the how of a particular policy. They don't need approval of the Board of Education per se, but it's always important to bring those before the board. I did take note of what the Student Leadership Congress suggested, so I'll go back and review that once they send me their official notification, and I'll see what, if anything, needs to be clarified or updated. And then certainly I can circle back one more time with the Board of Education for an update. But as you're aware, both of those areas or groups of scholars certainly are a group of individuals that have certainly increased bullying and issues where we need to really very clearly outline how the supports that are available and process of how we should handle certain situations or events. So very important to me, very important to the cabinet. And those were ones that I wanted to make sure that were done during this particular school year.
Thank you, Dr. Myers-Small. Sorry about that, but thank you for that update on those regulations. Talia, you want to cover the, unless there are any questions to Dr. Myers-Small about the regulations? I don't see any. So Talia, why don't you go ahead and discuss the logistics, you and Steve.
Yes. So given that we'll be in person sooner than we anticipated, because Tuesday was going to be closed session, so we didn't have to be in person, but now we will to consider resolutions. Just want to find out from the board members who will be intending on being in person, or is there anyone who's planning on continuing to stay virtual? I mean, if we do, we would have to employ perhaps a amendment to the bylaws or video conferencing policy. So I just want to understand who is intending on coming in person, or if there's any requests to remain virtual from other board members at this time.
Before they answer that question, do we know, I certainly intend on coming, but are we going to be social distancing? Are we going to be 6 feet? Are we going to be sitting across the podium the way we used to? Do we know those details yet?
We don't know those details completely yet. At this time, it will probably be a staggered dais setup with some board members on the dais, some board members on the floor with the plexiglass barriers in between. That's because with the mics, we're gonna need to probably have, I don't know how we're gonna do with the masking, but the mics, I don't know if they'll be able to pick up with the muffledness of the mask. So we're gonna use the plexiglass in between, and then have some board members up top and some below. Again, we haven't figured out the setup yet. This is new. It was just put in place on Wednesday night that we have to come back quicker than we thought. And we thought we had more time because there's no business meetings until the 22nd. So we have to move a lot more quicker on that. But I just want to understand safety-wise what people are feeling and how I can help the team to set that up.
The only reason why I asked is, I would think that in order for people to tell you how they feel, they would need to know what the setup is going to be. But let's see what folks are saying right now. Commissioner Adams raised his hand a few minutes ago. Commissioner Adams.
They have a policy. They give out these cards. So I would like to know if my comrades have been vaccinated. That's what I would like to know. Bring your ID in, and I'm fine. Other than that, I'm good with it. I'll be there.
That's
and if you're not vaccinated, maybe you do need to stay virtual. I don't know. But I think we need to have some honesty about that.
That's a great comment. And I know there's stacks of people wanting to say something. Steve, just a quick question. Does a person, and this is all sort of the new world, but does a person have to, I appreciate Commissioner Adams' question, but does a person have to reveal or are they required to, or what's the deal on that?
No, nobody's required to reveal, but if they are not vaccinated, then the law says that they're obligated to continue masking and social distancing from others, but it's kind of a self-reporting thing. I mean, we can't at this moment, at least, demand vaccination status from people, or we're not as a district doing that right now. Mike, we've been treating CO the same as the schools.
Yeah, CO is considered a school, and to date, none of the regulations have changed for hospitals, schools, or public transportation. Now, that certainly could change by Tuesday, but as of right now, we do not have any leeway on the current language. So everyone will be masked, socially distanced like we've been doing, and we'll have to set up the upstairs as such. So Callie is right. We have a general idea, but we were not planning on doing this in a few days. So socially distanced, masked, and then we'll make it happen. It'll be safe.
Okay, let's go back to the list. Vice President Elliott.
So does that mean, Callie, I'm thinking about the fact that you all don't have everything set up right now. So could some of us still meet remotely?
Yes, some of you could still meet remotely. We would just need, as it is right now, the bylaws state that only one person can be
remote,
and actually can only be remote. And actually, that is also substantiated in our video conferencing policy. So we would have to do an amendment, which we can obviously do. We've done it in the past with other board members who are traveling to amend that. So maybe that's something we employ, given that the short notice.
There's some legal advice around this that you may rather hear in executive session or closed session, President White.
Yep, we'll do that then. Thank you, Steve.
I think if I can just continue for a minute, President White.
Sure.
So I guess what I'm thinking is that if we don't have, I guess it appears that if we don't have the technical setup with it for any of that, we may have to be in person, right? Most of us will have to be in person because there's no real setup for those who may have wanted to do it online, except maybe one person. But if more than one wanted to, sort of not be there to accommodate social distancing, it doesn't appear that we have the legal right to do it.
So we could do the Zoom. What we probably won't be able to do is go live, which is fine.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, we would have to record and then show later.
Yeah, Callie, that's what I want to talk about, though. We need to talk about that
in the executive session.
Yeah, we really should.
Okay.
Or close.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't need to be go into
Right.
close and end the meeting too. It's up to you.
We will definitely do that. Let's continue on with the stack. Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, so I participated last weekend, 2 weekends ago in a NISBA board meeting in Albany, and I was really nervous about it because they don't have to abide by this, the same rules as the state, and that simultaneously there is no obligation to share vaccine status. Well, as it turned out, I found out after the fact that all of the NISBA board members had been vaccinated, and we basically kept something like 3 feet apart and it was fine. So if by a strictly volunteer basis, we were to learn that all of us are vaccinated, I would think we could all, I take that back. I was going to say we could all fit on the dais, but if central office is supposed to play by the same rules as a school, we still would need to do the two-tier thing that's being described. But certainly meeting in person would be a lot psychologically more palatable if I knew that my colleagues were vaccinated as well. So it doesn't have to get out there in the general public. It's just, I personally would feel more comfortable knowing.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, on record, I'm vaccinated. I'm proud to be vaccinated, but I would say to, just like what Steve mentioned, we're not legally required to tell folks we're vaccinated. Yes, but it's also not regulated or protected through HIPAA, which is why you will see businesses that have the right to ask individuals to show their vaccination to come in, or at events and so forth. And even, our county executive, when he did the state of the county address, even though it was outdoors, they still required verification of vaccination to come to the event. So, we could do that too. And I imagine in the future, we may have something like that if we have to be open to the public, that they should either show vaccination proof or they have to be remained masked. The other piece is that I thought in the setup is that it's 3 feet, or if there's plexiglass and masking as an alternative, that's acceptable too. So just want to put that out there. And if we're able to just put plexiglass in between us on the dais, I'm fine with that. But also, Kalia, to answer your question about who's coming back, I'm coming back in person full time.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Say that again, Commissioner LeBron.
Which part?
You're not coming back, you said?
No, I said I am coming back full time in person, all meetings. I don't need to Zoom unless I'll be traveling. And that won't happen for me till the fall, so.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes, thank you. I was going to indicate that the district collects that data anyway on daily screenings. When we do the daily screenings, the first question that asks is, are you fully vaccinated? But the other question, we are leaders and we need to lead by example. And I know for myself, I got the Excelsior, card on my phone to prove that I'm fully vaccinated and what the expiration date is. So, we could use a system like that, because I do agree with Commissioner Adams that, if we're going to attend, we really need to be fully vaccinated, and we need to have confidence that our colleagues are also. So the Excelsior card, which is, a mobile card that's on your phone, is one way of proving that in order to enter the building.
Any other questions or comments that could be made publicly? I will just note that
I'm sorry, President White, can I just add that the Excelia's card, if you were vaccinated through like a Walgreens or some of the pop-up sites that the pharmacies were hosting, that data has not been loaded into that state card, and there's some issues around that. So I just want to put that out there, so if folks have it, they're working on it on the back end, but there are some hiccups with the app and the information crossing over. So make sure you carry your card, or if you got it through a state site, like at the Dome, then it would be on that app.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I was just going to say that I have been vaccinated, although I got to tell you, I don't know where my card is. I did it at the Trent and Pamela Jackson site, sponsored by this, organized by the city. I'll have to figure out where my card is, but I don't have my card, so I don't know what we would do in a situation like that. You'd have to trust me, and not a lot of people trust lawyers, so I leave that up to you. But I have been vaccinated, and I would be attending. So if there are no further comments, let's go into, give me a motion to go into executive session. And we can
So
discuss it
moved.
further. Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Second by Commissioner Adams, I think. All those in favor of going to executive session, actually it's not executive session, the session to get advice from our lawyers, indicate by saying aye, just indulge me. Aye.
Aye.
All right, that's what we'll do, Tom. If you send us into confidential session, we'll come back and say goodbye to everybody later. Again, I want to, for the third time, I want to thank Vice President Elliott for taking the leadership role at the beginning of this meeting. We are here today, June 24th, 2021. It is now 10:43, and most of us are pretty tired, and you probably are too. We thank you for sticking around. The last and only thing we have to do tonight is do our survey, which helps us figure out how we can become better as a team. So in the moment of silence, that's what we're doing. And then we'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Good night, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
Take care.
Mike.
Okay. Kaya, tell me where everybody else is set. No hurry, though.
I'm muted. No, we are good, actually. Should we just one more? Yep, there we go. All right, gonna end the polling.
All right, so all I need is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Who did I hear second it? I heard somebody. Right, Commissioner Powell. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjourning and going home or turning off your TV and being at home, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Aye. Good night, everybody.
Good
Thank you
night,
for your
everybody.
patience.